Good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening here on YouTube? Those who follow Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on my Facebook group, and those who follow Abe Cia's 895 TikTok short reels. How's everybody doing this evening? Or everybody is doing great. Sorry, I got started a little bit late, but I had to get some. I guess kept on dozing in and out, doing the late night feeds. Around this
Welcome to
time frame
Fidencio.
during the week, it catches up. How you doing, cousin
Welcome,
Jesse?
Annette. I'm doing good. Let's get started. We got Cynthia here and Annette.
Yes, I'm fixing to what I'm fixing to do is share the live to the groups I'm affiliated on Facebook real quick. If y'all can bear with me,
How you
we're
doing, Roddy
gonna
man?
have a good show tonight, brothers and sisters.
Lawrence, welcome, Lawrence. Welcome to the show. Sorry we're running behind schedule, but we have to talk to the top man about a horse. Welcome, Smurfy.
Alrighty. Got it done. Share it to the groups I'm affiliated with. Got Sister Neva's Angel. How you doing? I figured to start at our 11:30 to give y'all some time to eat supper and stuff like that. Those that are in California time. I still waited an extra 30 minutes because I wanted y'all to catch the live.
Uh,
Oh
Navia, if you want to hop on a little later, just send Abe, I guess a friend request or for him to add you to his friends list.
yeah,
That way you can
send me
come. You can come on.
fr- a friend request so I can add you or a message to Messenger if you got Messenger. So like that, I
Well,
can send you the link through Messenger.
I'm doing it through my phone, Cynthia.
Yeah, it should be able to.
Yeah, because I'm doing it through my phone right as we speak.
So
Hi, mi prima, ¿cómo estás? Welcome.
whoever wants to come live or share contact what we're speaking about tonight, you're more than welcome to send me through Messenger a request. So like that, I can send the link. I can add several people here, as a matter of fact, up to 10 people. So whoever wants to
Woohoo.
jump on, you're more than welcome to jump on here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Okay. Uh, okay. I see you, sister. So I'm gonna send you. I can send you the live, and you can jump on whenever you want to jump on. So I'll send you the link. You want to be on camera, that's fine. If you don't want to show your face, you can always just speak through the speaker. You don't have to turn on your camera. It's up to you. So let me copy the link. Let me go to
Welcome,
Messenger.
Denny Frelix. Frelix, ¿cómo estás? Welcome to the show. I hope you brought your Ouija board.
Right. I send her a link. So how's everybody doing this evening?
Welcome, John Robinson. Welcome, Exuberance.
Hope
Bounty Bear,
everybody's doing great.
welcome.
So tonight our tonight's
Welcome,
topic
Ridge Runner.
is tonight's topic is the Ouija boards, fortune telling, palm reading, and
Tarot
tarot card
card.
readings. That's what we're speaking about tonight. We promised Sister Neva's Angel,
Neva's Angel.
Navia's Angel, about this. So we're going to do this topic today. So we got a lot of stories to share, to talk about. There was one that I remember. Let me see if I can find them. I'm gonna Google them, see if it even exists. But I remember somebody that has dealing in some kind of way with this. The Niño Divencio. Remember him?
Niño Fidencio.
Neo Fidencio. There you go. Neo Fidencio. Let me see if I can find him.
Hi, bro,
Google
MMA.
him.
¿Cómo estás, loco?
Because I remember my 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 brothers used to talk about him. I think they went over there one time, cousin Jesse.
Okay, Navia, we'll let you know. But hey, whenever you're ready, just feel free to jump in
Yeah,
with both feet.
yeah. I wanted to speak about he's
Welcome,
called
Elastic Machinery.
El Niño Fidencio. It was called Healing Power of the Afflicted. It was a healer that was a boy when well he was young. That's why it's called Niño Fidencio. He's trying to see. I think he's from there. Well, let me see where he is originally from. Okay, let's talk about him a little bit. He was called Jose Fidencio de Jesus Cintora Constantino from 1898 to 1938. Fidencio selling rights in rural Mexico, a private matter. I was afraid how many people would react if I told them I grew up going to curaciones, which are healings, rituals, or a materia, which is a medium. A medium in Spanish is called a materia, Materia, channel the spirit of a dead Mexican curandero. So I kept those religious experiences to myself. To my surprise, I learned that Carrasco had actually met El Nino, or simply Fidencio, while he was a graduate student at the University of Chicago in the 1970s. It was
How you doing,
a
Rich?
it was
Welcome.
part of a mission village, a Mexican neighborhood in Chicago. But they were studying shamanic traditions with the historians of religions. El Rancho, a little rural town in the northern Mexican state of Coahuila. I'm trying to find out something about the Nino.
¿Ya
It's
Caola or Coahuila?
Coahuila. He says that Fidencio himself have been discouraged or prohibited by the Catholic Church anthropologist. The healing the curación, that's what it was called, started by the woman praying the rosary behind the medium materia, who in turn was facing the domestic altar. The altar was filled with candles and images of the crucified Christ. the Virgin de Guadalupe, other saints, and Fidencio, who is recognized as a saint only by his followers. As the rosary came to an end, the materia, the medium, started yawning. This was a signal that he was about to enter a trance. One of his main assistants covered his head with a towel as a medium, materias, yawning turned into an accelerated coughing. He would start coughing a lot. Remember what I told you about spiritual openings, right? Coughing, the mouth. And El Nino took possession of his body. Then Fidencio softly recited three Ave Marias, three Holy Marys, in call and response form, marking the end of the ecstatic transition that the spirit went into him. As El Nino Fidencio manifested himself, he
That's
greeted
okay, Rich.
everyone and led them in reciting different prayers. One of the initial prayers used to announce his presence blessed el presente y el asuente, and believers and unbelievers alike, as well as those addicted to alcohol, el borrachito, and those in prison. In other words, El Nino started curaciones, he started healing
Healings. Hmm.
by blessing the marginalized, those neglected, shamed, and persecuted by political or religious institutions. Fidencio blessed those who were present as well who weren't present. The absent were those in el otro lado, on the other side, namely men who had been migrated to the United States. Many of them were the husbands and fathers of the women and children attending curaciones, which are healings.
Welcome,
El
mayhem.
Niño was spiritual caregiver to those families separated by the border. You know how people used to believe in the Santa Muerte? Well, this is a healer here. Sitting or standing for hours, people waited in line for a personal, customized, one-on-one consultation with their confidant. The timer varied depending on the amount of people attending and on the number of migrants who kept the phone ringing. They were calling from different parts of Texas, so they could share their pains and afflictions and hear Fidencio's irreplaceable counsel. And Niño gave this attending and calling recetas, prescriptions of medical herbs from their ailments. He cured empacho, which is stomach discomfort, el mal del ojo, the evil eye. He did barridas or limpias, sweepings or cleansings. Use
Serious, Rich.
pirul, pepper tree branches, to cure susto, which means people that are scared, soul loss, fright, sickness, um, resulting from traumatic experiences. Most importantly, he advised his followers to wait or disclosed the pivotal moment to act when making life-changing decisions or responding to a tragedy regarding their families located in Mexico and the United States and even in Central America.
Good night, Richard.
As the curación went on, the healing went on, and the line of people waiting to see Fidencio kept growing. They received food prepared by las cocineras, members of the mission, whose role was feeding those attending the healing ritual. El Niño did not charge anything to those seeking to be healed. You hear that, brothers and sisters? He did not charge anything to do his spiritual works of healing.
Peace, Rich.
Instead, he gave away everything they recuperate, or anything, any money they gained, they gave away. As a kid, I played a role when El Nino shared ofrendas, which is offerings during the healings. He often called me to give me a task, even though I was not the only kid being called. I was the only boy whom he referred as an intellectual, the intelligent one, I guess. suggesting that I preferred solitude to immerse myself in my studies. Or perhaps he simply applied humor to the fact that I wore glasses. Regardless, many years later, Fidencio revealed to me that he had sent me to Harvard, which are interpreted in part as him watching over me and accompanying me in my academic journey. He says when he was called by Fidencio during the curaciones, he skipped the whole line from wherever he was sitting. He said his mother was what was required of him. Dales una naranja, which naranja un dulce, which means a candy. He said, I carefully grabbed a bag of fruits or chocolates and went through the line, distributed them one by one. Noticed some of the chocolate bags had English labels indicating that they were sent from his fathers from the United States. When occupied with receiving gifts, food, fruit, or candy, or blessed crafts from El
Welcome,
Niño,
Jojo.
those waiting to see him kept singing alabanzas. Alabanzas are religious hymns. Was like humming, central to curaciones. Across time and space, ordinary people have written them to express their religious experiences as followers of Fidencio. The alabanzas mention places like San Antonio, Texas, Chicago, Illinois, where missions organize healings for their medium to channel the spirit of El Niño Fidencio. I think this is an old picture from a long time ago where the mass is not a line; it's just a horde of people waiting to see him.
Oh, wow.
They're standing all over the place, waiting to see El Nino. So that's what I wanted to start it off with. Is with this medium healer that was known as Niño Fidencio. What do you think about that, cousin?
Yeah, that's something, man. That's something. I mean,
Pretty powerful, right? Because he
yeah.
would never ask money from people. That's one of the reasons I don't like. Even though I put the PayPal, I tell people you don't have to send me nothing unless it's a blessing. Then it's different. But I really don't. That's one of the reasons I don't. Well, the main reason I don't, and he knew is because that's what the money is the root of all evil. That's one of the reasons I don't like receiving any money from anybody. I'd rather them bless me with something than you know something materialistic or something. But it's almost the same thing. It's just a blessing. For some reason, he wouldn't take no money from nobody. He would just do it through to heal people. What do you think about that? I remember our mothers went over there one time to go see Nido Fidencio because I remember them talking about it that they were over there.
No,
And
I don't remember my mom going to anything like that, man. But
I'm talking
hey,
about when younger. I'm talking about you. You probably when you wasn't with your mom. I remember something of that nature, man.
yeah, well,
That they were,
you were around my mom more than me.
that's what I'm saying. That I remember my mom went with her. So what do y'all think about that, brothers and sisters?
You know what, Ivy?
Anido
I don't think
Fidencio.
I don't think I ever made my first communion. I still have it.
What do you think about that? About what I just mentioned? This Nido Fidencio. He was like a medium. That's what it says there, and they said that he would before he would go into meditation, and I guess the spirit of the Nido Fidencio would enter him. He would be. making certain sounds or whatever. Then when it entered him, he was used as a vessel to do the healings. But they were giving candy away somewhere or another. They were making money in some kind of way, shape, or form if they were getting donations from the United States. Says that a lot of the Spanish people from the United States will give them donations or send them something. So sadly, too many are this way these days.
Yeah, well, it's all about the tithe at the churches nowadays, and they make like weeks of lectures on the tithe. But let's
Yeah,
not get off topic.
yeah, no, I'm just saying this. It's all dealing with the same thing because he was a medium that would get the spirit of Nido Fidencio to go into him, and then he would heal people. That's what they would do through prayer, saying the 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 Hail Mary prayers, and they will heal people in that manner. Um, I'm just putting that as out there because that's part of being a medium, a medium or clairvoyant is all dealing with the same thing, which of the topic is that we're speaking about. This individual will do this, so the spirit of the Niño would enter him, and then the spirit supposedly of the Niño would heal the people. And in Mexico, they would consider this El Nino a form of a saint because he will heal people. What do you think about that, cousin?
Well, there are a lot of saints, but yeah, every one of them has its own thing that it does, man. The the church, I don't know, man. The Catholic Church to me is, I don't know, it's kind of iffy.
I mean,
But yeah,
I was just saying that he was sealing through. Well, that they had the picture of Jesus Christ up there too, and also like that that it was
but he
sealing in that way.
he was healing through faith, though. That's
Yeah,
that's the
healing through
thing.
faith.
He was healing through faith
It
because
was a
your faith is what made you healed.
yes,
Hello, casual conversation.
but this was a person in person. The person that was doing the sealings afterwards was a person that will let the spirit of the Nido
Manifest
Fidencio
inside of him.
enter him.
Mm-hmm.
Enter him. He wasn't doing it through his spiritual faith. He was a medium that will allow the spirits of Nido Fidencio enter him. So the question would be, was the Nido Fidencio healing
Or was it
because,
a
it
demon?
was, or was it something else that was healing? That's what I'm trying to say to you.
I finally
Because
caught on, man.
normally the faith is within upon the beholder, within the
Mm-hmm.
individual. Kind of like when we prayed for brother, what's his name, brother Blake, right, or brother, yes, Blake, if I remember, can't remember his name top of my head. When we prayed here in true faith and true belief, the power of prayer can heal. It can bless. You know,
Yeah, I finally caught on to what you were trying to let me see, man. That was it the spirit of the saint, or was it a demon?
well, somebody saying here, is that like the person that took away a child's seizures? It wasn't any religion, just asked the creator to help and said she was just a tool. She didn't do it like that. Well, Nido
That's kind of something
Fidencio,
like that.
yeah, Nido Fidencio is not a was a man. It was a person. It was a man. No, we're not saying that it was bad spirits or anything like that, but it's like we don't know who's doing the healing. Because you're not seeing. the a spirit come from the heavens or something, right? You're not seeing just seeing people being healed, but you don't know where the source is from the healing. Lawrence Morgan says the Bible says you don't even allow a medium to live. And you
That
know
is what
what?
it said in the Old Testament.
A thing is, before I started live, I was putting the title. The name came to my head, Nido Fidencio. That's why I looked it up, because I remembered, you know, and that's why I'm talking about this Nido Fidencio before we even go into anything else. Okay, Neva's Angels and no, Lawrence. The Bible says no medium should be seen, nor those tarot cards. They're using demons.
Hmm.
So, so if they were praying, the what was it the Hail Mary, but still, we don't know what's entering the person, right?
Right.
They never asked for a single penny. What was the gain of all this?
The
Was it
gain
that
was
he just
to spread his reputation that he could heal. That was the end game right there, cousin.
the end game was to and people were getting healed.
Hmm.
So it was about the belief factor.
Yes. That was the word of mouth that got around and brought people to him. Because you can see in that picture, there was a lot of people.
Yeah, it was a lot of people there. He said he would pray for people in Mexico and for people that had crossed over from Mexico into the United States. You got to think about it. In those days, the people that crossed over, some people got killed by the people from the United States, and they still do. People call them the Minutemen, but we know them as uh,
The
like
KKK.
KKK and stuff like that, right? They want to call themselves a Minutemen, but they're actual KKK. You know how certain people from further up, certain locations like Kentucky, that dislike Brother Abe Sias because of
Well,
who I am and who I represent,
we
right?
know them as the KKK. Their wives call them the Minutemen.
There you go. Cousin Jesse said it better. He said that we know them as the KKK and their wives call them as the Minutemen. So,
Welcome, B. How you doing?
well, to my understanding, there was some people that were healed, many people that were healed through that individual. That's all I know. But uh, uh, there were curanderas that would do healings too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Catholics freaks me out. The churches give me the creeps. I refuse to pray to anyone but to the Creator's Son. No idols or others should be prayed to. It's a law from the Creator. Good point. Yeah, there's a lot of statues and saints within the
The
Catholic
Catholic
Church,
Church. And
and
Lawrence, there wasn't a deception, Lawrence, because people were actually getting healed.
what was healing the people? That's another question. I want to say, what was healing the people? Was it the Nino Fidencio,
Or was
or
it
was it
Beelzebub?
really Or was it really their faith in Jesus Christ that was healing them because they were truly believing in Jesus Christ? Because anybody here on this earth, even me, the works I do is through Jesus Christ. So, and this is a way spiritually, if they place Jesus Christ first and we're praying for people, I could see how they could be healed. I just don't agree on the part of,
The medium
well,
part.
spiritually, the Heavenly Father does bless you with the spiritual gifts of discernment, right? In which if you get the spiritual gift of discernment, you're going to be able to see what's afflicting the person spiritually, just like what happened here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, where I helped out the individual that had a negative attachment. So does that make me a bad person for helping out somebody that's being spiritually targeted by something? But I did use it. I did do it through Jesus Christ, not through anybody else, but through my faith and belief in Jesus Christ. That's how I was able to free uh, the person we pray for from the negative attachment. I would think maybe that the original person that did the healing, uh, the original person, I don't know, where this healing was coming from. Well, as far as I know, that there was a lot of people that got healed, but I'm just giving you a form because he was a medium. So when we talk about mediums, psychics, or clairvoyants, that's what the topic is about tonight. Ouija boards, fortune telling, palm readers, tarot card readers. That's what it's about. Remember, the devil is a liar, can do things as well, just to be tricky and deceive us. Demons deceive, use, and creator says, beware of those charlatans. Yes, but I was just sharing the story because that's what I remember of that I would hear about a person that the spirit of the Nido Fidencio uh, would enter. But the Nido Fidencio was a real person that did exist, but at an earlier age. I mean, uh, in a different time, but he did exist in which he did heal a lot of people. But this person was just a person that supposedly, right, was letting the spirit of the Niño go into him, so he can do the spiritual works. Now, was he doing it? I should say, were they real or were they just fraudulent? Right, fraudulent as in they just wanted donations. That they got enough donations from the United States that they were able to give food and candy to the people that were waiting in line. I don't know how much did the people have to pay. They say that he wouldn't charge them, so I don't know. I wasn't there at that time frame. I just hear stories about this. Somebody talks about a tarot lesbian. Uh, so okay, here we go. So just let me know whenever you want to jump on, Sister Never's Angel. I don't know what time it is where you're at, but we can talk about any other topics. Let's hit it down the list, I guess. Ouija boards. You can take it away for a little bit, cause anything dealing with the Ouija boards that you might know or any experiences.
Well, like my baby mama used to mess with those the Ouija boards, man. She had like, I'm pretty sure she still does. Somewhere in her house, she's got like 5 different boards. She had a keychain one, and she had a little one, man, that was like the third size of the original board, and she would play with it by herself. I remember one time she was playing with one that she got up to go to the bathroom. I touched that plancha, then it sent like an electric shock up my arm, man. I never touched it again. I don't know, man. They say you're not supposed to play with it by yourself. Yes, Navia, if you want to jump on now, you're more than welcome.
I'm waiting for her to jump in so I can add her. But you
Yeah, but
said that
yeah,
your ex-wife's mother was a witch, right?
she said that they were Wiccan. They are Wiccans.
Wiccans,
Mm-hmm.
which was brujas, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, I remember when I was over there, man, that she would tell her that I had pain, and she would come and put a rock on me in the place that I was hurting, and it would take some of the pain away. I'm not lying. Yeah, that's a different kind
But
of Ouija, Murphy. Este vato. You playing with yourself when you're married, then you got problems, brother. You need to break out that plastic woman you keep under your mattress.
the one with all the patches,
When it comes to like tarot cards, cousin, uh, the wife of the palero, she would read cards, man. That's what she did at her botanica. She would read cards.
I'm waiting for Sister Neva's Angels to jump on.
It's not allowing me to click it. It's because you gotta go. When it says that, Cynthia, go up to the top, the three little buttons, and then open it in Chrome, and then it should bring your mic and your camera online, so you'll be able to join.
There you go. Tower Powers Ivory 3 said is my grandmother was a Wiccan.
He's already blind, Lawrence.
So you told her how to do it?
Yes, because that's the way I do it too. When it first comes on, there, look at the. There you go. Did you change the screen, cousin?
Yeah, I'm with the screen, but I'm waiting on her to jump
Yeah,
on.
when it first comes on, when you click on the link, Cynthia, it'll come on, and underneath the main screen, it'll say continue without channel. You poke that, then when it comes on screen, it'll say allow to click the camera. Instead of doing that, you go up to the three little dots up on top and say open in Chrome, and then it'll come back on, and you can add your name, and then just push to enter to join.
Walks with Bear says, I have a question. How do they know the beast is a male? Smurf said we have a lot of intent healing ability with ourselves. Sometimes we need a trigger to speed it up and put it on focus. Walks with Bear says, how do they know the beast male? Beast is a male.
That's a good question, Walks with Bear. Smurfy, because it says beast, not breast. We are kindred spirits, you and I, Smurfy. Yes,
Katie said the
KG7.
whole whore of Babylon is female. Oh, there we go. Okay, we got Sister.
Nivea Angel.
Hello.
Howdy.
How you doing, Sister Neva's Angel?
Welcome to the
Hi.
program.
Hi, fine. Thank you, gentlemen.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing.
Uh-oh.
I'm alive, so that's a good thing.
Just because you're alive no quiere decir que estés bien.
Sí, es cierto, pero estoy aquí.
Oh, está bueno, está bueno.
Thank you, gentlemen, for allowing me to speak on your platform.
You're welcome.
You're
So,
welcome. Hi,
So
so
Madeline.
I know you
Hi,
said
Psychic
something. You said
Awareness.
some comments of something, but I'm gonna let you take the floor and talk about, I believe whatever you want. I think it was a Ouija board. You had a story of a Ouija board, right? Am I correct?
yes, correct.
Okay.
Take it away.
Okay, so my sister's ex sister in law was playing with a homemade Ouija board. She used a piece of paper, drew it out, and used a quarter for a planchette. It started doing figure eights, and I read somewhere the reason why it chooses a figure eight, but I don't recall. I think Wolf had stated something about that as well, but I don't
The figure
remember
eight,
what.
it's like an infinity symbol.
Yes, but I don't know the reason why it chooses to do that when you're opening the board. I did
Mm.
read and something about that, but I don't recall, like I said.
So your
So,
sister did it,
anyways,
or the quarter moved by itself and did the figure eight.
no, her sister-in-law was doing that
Oh,
with a few friends.
okay.
And it struck me as odd because they're very Catholic, but she was younger at the moment. I think I was like 18 or 19. I don't remember. But my niece was very little, so I think I was like 19. And she stated that as she was using the board, the in circles, and then it opened up to saying hello. And she started speaking to an entity. She asked its name. I don't recall the name and I don't want to say it, but it started talking to her. And she asked it
So the
who it
name that I
was.
said was the name of a person.
Yes, it was an odd name though, so I don't recall it.
Hmm.
And she asked it what, where it was. And it stated that it was in hell. And she
Oh
asked
wow.
it, yeah, she asked it, why are you there? And she had a few friends over, playing with it as well. And one of them was standing.
How
Um,
old were
to,
they when they were doing this?
they were younger. I was 18, and she's like 4 years younger than me.
Okay, so they
So
were teenagers.
yeah, they were teens. And one of them is very devout, very, very devout Catholic. And she was wearing her cross. And when she stepped up to the table that they were using, it told her to get away from the table. And my sister's sister-in-law asked it why, and it told her cross. She was wearing a cross, so it didn't want to speak with her.
So it was
So
a demon that didn't want
yes,
her near the table because
yes,
and what made her continue to speak to it? I mean, he was saying he was in hell and he was demonic. She didn't
I,
have faith in Jesus Christ, or was she practicing or just doing it as an experiment?
they were thinking that it was a joke, you know.
Oh, okay.
So she kept talking to it, and she asked it, "Why are you there?" And it told her that he killed his whole family, and
Oh
when he
wow.
died, he went to hell. I guess I don't know. They're very deceitful, so who knows? But anyways, it said that he killed his wife and his three kids. I don't know if it's true. I don't know, but more than likely it was just toying with her as a demon does.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, because I want you to believe in the
right,
object so it can have a stronger hold over her.
right. So they were asking it all kinds of questions and it was answering her. And then when they were done, she asked it to say goodbye because you're supposed to close the board.
Mhm.
And
The
it said
portal.
no. Yeah, it told her no. And she started getting a little freaked out. But the thing was, she kept playing with it afterwards. She never quit playing with
And
it
she
for
left
a
the portal
while.
open.
Yeah. So she would return back to that same piece of paper and the quarter with her friends because they thought it was funny. So they kept doing that. And finally, I don't know what happened, but she really freaked out and just crumpled the piece of paper and stopped playing with it altogether. And when she told me and her cousin, which was he's still a best friend of mine, we were like, "What? No way!" You know. And I should have known better because I did grow up in a Jehovah's Witness faith-based home, and my
Yes.
mom was very, very much against anything like that. So I should have known better, but being 19, you're thinking, whatever, you know. And I had gone to my sister's house and I told my friend, and I had another friend with me, I don't remember who it was, but my sister had my niece and a newborn baby, her son. And I just drew it up. I drew up on a piece of paper and used a quarter as well. And my friends and I,
You drew the so you draw the letters.
yes, like the board.
Yes.
So I told my friends, hey, you want to do this? That should be a bunch of bull. And we laughed. And as I drew up the board
Hi,
and
cornrow.
we got the quarter, and it took a little while to move. And my friend was like, are you moving the quarter? I said, no, are you? And he said, no. And I was like, yeah, okay. Thinking it was just a joke as well. So it started moving a little bit. And then it started going into a full figure eight. And as I was doing this, I noticed that my hand got really, really cold. And you could see all the veins on my hand. And I'm a darker skinned, Chicana. So I was like, what is going on? My hand feels really cold. And the whole atmosphere changed. And I was thinking, okay, this is really weird. But I just kept it going.
This atmosphere was inside your home,
Yeah,
in the
inside my
room.
sister's home. Inside my
Okay.
sister's, it was kitchen table that we were using. So it was it just felt off. Like I said, I've seen things since I was little, just like you guys. And I just felt off. But I was started asking, it started going in a figure eight. So I started asking, who's there? And it just so happened to be the same entity that my sister's sister-in-law
Oh, wow. So the
into.
because you left the portal open, so the
Yes,
demon or entity was still there.
it was in my sister's home though. So that really freaked me out. I was
He was
like,
following her
okay,
around.
pardon me?
He was following her around.
Yeah, but she wasn't there. That was a weird thing.
Oh
So I
wow.
thought, yeah. So I was
They
like,
might have
what?
attached to one of the people that was there when she was messing with it, that it could have attached to them.
No,
Did
that
it?
was the freaky thing. Nobody was there that was playing with the board before. I don't know if it's because it felt like I was attached because it was through my sister. It was her sister-in-law, and it was her brother's home. I don't know if because it could see, spiritually that I was
It
attached
said
to
the same
her.
name. It said the same name.
Yes. And when I asked it who it was, it stated the same name, and it
What was the
stated,
first letter of the name?
I don't recall. I really don't recall, to be honest, but I tried to forget that. So I may have blocked that name out, you know?
Mhm.
Um, but I started asking it like I had never heard of, excuse me, of that name before. I so asked it, who are you and where are you? And it told me the same thing, that it was in hell, and it said it was
Sister,
scared.
yeah, Sister Madeline said, could the demon have just attached to the location instead of a person? She's saying that the demon was from hell.
Yeah, there was no person there, but it was her brother's home. So I feel that had something to do with it because she
Mhm.
had visited there, you know. And you know how demons are. They know quite a lot, just like
Yeah.
the devil knows a lot, just like the creator does. So I asked it, it's the same question, like, why are you there? And it told me the same thing, that he had killed his family and his, his wife and his 3 kids, and that he was in hell. And then I was like, I looked at my friend who was her cousin as well, and
Hola, Michael.
we were just shocked. But as we were using the board, it just would go into figure eights. So it would take breaks from speaking, you know, and it would just go into figure eights. And after a while, I asked it, so what do you see? And it said dark. And then it shot around in a figure eight again. And then it said it was scared. And we asked it, why are you scared? And he said, the devil is here with me. And I was like, okay, so are you afraid of the devil? And it said, yes. And it just kept going into figure eights after that. And then for a little while, we were just, floored about we were actually speaking to this thing. And my niece was there. She was little at the moment. And my sister had said, where's her daughter at? And the board said, all of a sudden, playing with water. And my friend got up and went to go look for her because we were all standing around the table. And he came out of the bathroom and her hair was all wet. And he said, I caught her playing in the sink with the water. So it knew what my niece was doing, which really freaked us out. And I was asking it questions, but I don't recall all the questions I was asking it. I wish I would have memorized those things, but I guess it was a little traumatic for me, so I didn't remember. I don't remember all of the things that I had asked it or what it stated. But I had decided, okay, this is enough for me. So I told it, say goodbye, and it shot up to the no, and then it was doing figure eights. And someone asked it when they were going to pass away, and they said, do you really want to know? And I shot up and I said, no, I don't want to know. And it said yes. It went to the yes. And I said, say goodbye. And it shot up to the no again. So it didn't want to leave. And I said, yes, say goodbye. It's time to say goodbye. And it kept shooting up to the no, and it was just going in figure eights. And I felt really creeped out. So I told my friend to say, make it say goodbye. And he said, it's time to say goodbye. And it kept saying no. And it was just going in figure eights. And my hand was freezing. I told my friend, touch my hand. It's so cold. I feel like it's in ice. And my friend touched my hand and my sister touched my hand. And we were all just really worried because it wouldn't say no. And that's when I got a little bit of strength from my faith, and I told it, say no now, say goodbye. Don't, I said, say goodbye now, not no, sorry. And it shot up and it was just doing figure eights. And I told it again with a stern voice, say goodbye now. And all of a sudden it shot up, it shot down, and it scrolled over the goodbye. And I said, okay, the portal's closed now, thinking now I'm thinking the portal was closed. So it did say goodbye. And what really freaked me out was the fact that I decided before I read anything about burning objects, I tried. I told my friend, "Let's go outside and burn this piece of paper." So my friend and I went outside and we lit the corner, and the corner just singed and it didn't burn. So I said, "Okay, try the other corner." And we tried the other corner and it would burn and then turn off. And I was like, okay, this is really creepy. So I was like really creeped out that it wouldn't burn. And my friend said, okay, just rip it up because it's not burning. So I started praying and he ripped up the paper and we just tossed it in the garbage. But the fact that it wouldn't burn will forever stay in my memory. That's something that it was a piece of paper. It should have burned, but it didn't want
Yeah,
to
it
burn.
should have.
So now that I'm older, when I was, I read a lot
Welcome,
because
peaceful.
reading is knowledge and knowledge is power. So I read that you're not supposed to burn any object that is um, spiritually attached, that way, because it allows that spirit to come free from whatever item is in there. I guess they can take it over. So then when you burn it, the burning allows it to come free. But I don't know. I mean, Jesse's suggestion of throwing it in running water is a really good idea because if you think about it, also, they say if that evil cannot cross a path of water. And I don't know why, but that's something I'm going to read up on because it's really interesting. They can't cross a running stream. And in vampire lore, that's the same thing. If you run across a stream of water, it can't follow you.
Yeah, I heard that too
Uh,
about the vampire.
Well,
yeah,
I remember an incident like that happening with the Hellhound that day when it was the Hat Man turned into a
oh,
Hellhound, and when I crossed the irrigation system that runs around our town because there's nothing but fields,
I got the
it,
chills.
it didn't
Sorry.
it didn't cross the Hellhound
The
didn't
running
cross
water.
the irrigation system underneath the street because he ran underneath the street also,
Oh,
and it
wow.
was canals, and it didn't cross. I was looking at it,
Wow.
and he was looking at me, but it never crossed over.
So maybe that's something that I need to research more because it's very interesting
Oh,
why it's not
I would
allowed.
think water, you that we have the spiritual power through faith, through the spiritual gives discernment that we can bless the water. So if it's there and it blesses the water, then it eliminates the enemy. That we have the
Interesting.
ability to bless water. Kind of like when I blessed the water for the man that had the negative attachment. They kept on saying that he was going to kill me. He was going to kill me, but I knew, there was an unseen force that had lifted him and slammed him on the ground, and
Oh,
I blessed over the water. He drank the water and it became normal. Maybe they know that, that we can bless the water. We have the ability to bless the water in true faith through Jesus Christ,
right. That's
through
interesting.
prayer.
Yeah, that could be it. There's a lot of lore around running water and, the fact that evil cannot cross it. So that's a very interesting point there. Um, also,
B says running water symbolizes baptism.
oh, okay. That sounds
But that was just something I learned in Palero when I was doing the Palero thing. Anything that we would like cast out like that, we would throw it into running water over our shoulders and not look where it landed and let the water just take it.
that's interesting. Yeah, I've heard you speak about that. That's a very good thing to do, I suppose. Um, Also, I wanted to state that later on that night, after we had left, my sister, um, was sleeping, and her husband had gotten there from work, and she said that in the middle of the night she started hearing something in her closet, and it was a freaky sound, and she woke my brother-in-law up. May he rest in peace. She woke him up and told him that there was something in the closet. She thought maybe it was a mouse or something, running around in there. But when
Scratching.
yeah, no, she heard like really weird sound. She didn't know what it was. So he woke up, and when he opened the closet, her clothes and his clothes had separated. They separated the hangers. So it separated hers from his. And the crazy thing is, years later, they ended up divorcing. So,
Hmm.
and that night as well, when I was at my house, I started hearing like somebody had a rock and was knocking on my wall to my bedroom, because my childhood home is made out of brick. So when something hits the wall, you could hear it pretty loudly, but it sounded like a stone, and it would knock on there. And I thought it was maybe a friend or something that was trying to tell me
How,
that,
how
they were
many
outside.
how many knocks would you hear?
Now the crazy thing is, I had not made a correlation with that until you guys stated it would knock in threes.
That's already
Yeah,
the number three. That's
yeah, and
demonic.
I didn't know at that time. I had no idea because I had never messed with anything like that. I got the chills again. I'm sorry,
Sister Never's
but
Vegas Angel. Doesn't that, like, when you hear talk about the knocks? You heard the knocks. I've heard the knocks of threes, whether it's a tapping sound, knocking, or banging sound of threes. What do you think about the? I know it's a little bit off topic. I believe it has to do with the same thing with the portal. When people in the cryptic community say that they hear knocking on trees,
mm,
do you think it is dealing with the same, that it's a demon trying to, like, and people go out there and they knock, or they start making noises, and the noises are being yelled back at them? Do you think is it that they're summoning something, or a portal is being opened in a sense of
I,
a
I
way?
think I think it's demonic because
Demonic?
yeah, I totally think it's demonic because what else was going to be knocking on my wall, you know? But I didn't know
Yes.
it at the time. I was young and naive, very naive, because in the Jehovah's Witness community, you're very very kept away from the rest of the world and anything worldly. So you tend to be green. You're innocent. I was very innocent as a teen, and
So the knocking was right by your window, or by your where your room
it was on the
was?
wall. It was on the wall
On
of
the
my
wall, right
room.
by
Yes.
you,
Hmm.
because they can see you spiritually. They know where you're at,
Right.
so they'll make the sound effect. I mean, you're hearing a knock, but you got to remember one thing, brothers and sisters, that they can mimic sounds. So
Oh,
it could have
oh,
been also a knock being mimicked by them to
that's
make it
true.
sound like they're knocking. Yes.
Yeah, it sounded like it was a stone or a rock, because a rock on cement, you could tell
Yeah.
the sound. But you have
And
a
if
very good point there.
Yeah, if you go outside and go look to see there's a brick or a stone there, they ain't gonna be a brick or stone, but they can
Yes,
mimic those noises.
yo de pendeja, I, I went outside, and because I thought, oh, maybe it was one of my friends, because they
What's
used to
right?
come.
What time frame of the night was it?
I know
Was
it
it
was after
daytime,
12.
nighttime,
It was
after
after
12?
12. Yeah, because I was, home from my sister's house, and I was laying down ready to go to sleep. So I know it was after 12 because I left, her house late. And that's when I would say, now that I think about it, you know, uh, I feel like that has been a part of something that has been in my life since that day. Because, like I said, I I've always seen things since I was like 4 or 5 years old. I used to see a man. We had a small house, um, and my mom's room was next door to my sister's and I's room, and the hallway would, when you would step outside my room, there was a closet to the right, and there was the hallway that led to the bathroom. So when I was little, I used to see I would catch a glimpse of like a man, out of the corner of your eye, you could see something, and I would see like a man, but I wouldn't see his whole body. I would just see him kind of glance at me and disappear. And it was, I don't, the face, I remember it was really, really creepy.
Did it
And
look
that
like
would send,
a dark shadow?
no, it was a literal man.
A person.
Yes, it was a person. And that's when um, I would start screaming for my dad. And if my dad was home, he would get up. And I remember the first time I did that, my dad was very into guns, and he slept with a gun under his pillow because where we lived, like I stated, it was a very small town. It was kind of like a reservation because there was nothing around it, and uh, it's Yaqui native land, and next to
Native
it,
land.
yeah, so next
Yes.
to it, there's even a church there, and um, next to it, like after you would pass the town, that's where they would bury the people. So there was a cemetery there. So that whole town has a lot of activity there. I mean, for
Because of
gosh
the
sake,
yeah, because
my
of the native
street,
Indian bro.
yeah, yeah. So my street, my area, like there, it's separated into little tiny, sections. And my area where I lived was called the Dark Shadows.
Oh
And
wow.
Dark
everybody,
shadows? Oh,
yeah, yeah. And everybody in that town would avoid my street after hours, after dark. Nobody would walk through there. They would say, "Oh no, I'm not going to Dark Shadows." So nobody would want to go through there at night. And I remember when my mom first got there, her and my dad built that house. And I still have, this is something that just popped into my head. When my dad was helping build the foundation, um, his pickaxe struck something. And he said that he heard a loud chink. And when he looked down, he started removing the dirt around it. And it's very strange looking. It looks kind of like a big tooth, but it's got like a smooth top. It looks like
Welcome,
a
Prima
giant.
Beatriz.
It looks like I don't know what it looks like. It's I've never been able to search it on Google and find something that was related, or even remotely close to what it looks like. But it kind of looks like something like they used it as a kind of like a axe or something because it's flat, but the top is really shiny. And then it's got like the arrowhead has at the top, that section where you could bind it with rope and tie it to something. Um, so my dad kept it, and my mom would always use that stone, to break the ice. So we always had it in the kitchen. And when my mom and my dad passed away, you know, she had it in her home still, in her kitchen, because she still used it to break up ice. And I have it now. I'll take a picture and post it to your
okay.
page so you guys could see it. It's really cool looking. It's kind of big. It's not small like an arrowhead at all. So that I'm thinking, I don't know what it was used for, but you know, it you was used for something.
Somebody
Um,
say sounds like a stone axe.
yes, yes, but I've gone to Google search a lot of times, and I've never been able to find something like that at all. So that's what's got me puzzled is that all the artifacts, they've all been cataloged and researched, and they know what they are. But I was thinking of taking it to ASU, to their, you know, um, facilities, and ask them if they could do some research on it. But I don't want it to get lost, you know.
Yes.
So, because I would really like to know what it is, you know. Not being able to find the picture on Google is really odd. But after all these years, they built that house before 1962, before my sister was born. So
So,
it's,
would you have activity once inside your house, like
oh yeah, the
besides
whole area.
The Ouija boards? No, I know they had that they found that in the ground. Was there like strange events happening inside the house?
The whole, the whole area, like I said, the whole town has activity. I don't know if that could have been, I don't know if that could have been the reason, but the whole area has activity. And there's a lot of brujeria there,
Ah,
a lot of
this is
Um,
witchcraft.
in California, right?
No, I'm in Arizona.
Arizona, yes.
I have a
Right.
question, Nivea. Uh,
Sure.
after you opened the door and walked outside, did you start having any kind of activity inside the house or in your room?
There's always been activity. There
No,
was
but
always
I mean,
activity.
oh, okay. I was
So
just
I
trying
don't,
to see that maybe you let it in when they knocked on the, you went outside.
oh, gotcha. Like I said, that house there's been activity there since I was little. And like I said, I've seen shadow spirits there since I was little, you know. And the crazy thing is that they follow me around. So
Because they can see your
when,
light.
uh, yeah, so I remember a lot of people have seen it. When I would go spend the night somewhere, I would wake up in the middle of the night. Something would wake me up, and I think it was God, because I would automatically knew that that was there looking at me, and it never did anything. That would I would just see it kneeling. Cholos kneel on the floor with the one
Hmm.
leg up and one down, and their hands on
The
their
squat,
knees. Yeah, it was
squatting.
a squat. Yes, it would squatting like that, and it would look at me that way. Now, my mom said that one time she told me that, because she never said
You
anything
gotta
about it.
remember they know they know what's in your thoughts, so they can mimic to look like something.
Yeah, it was just shadow. But that was the crazy thing. It looked in the form of a man, but there was just dark, dark shadow. And he never had any eyes. Like I hear everybody say they see eyes, but the ones that I've seen never had eyes. Not even the Hat Man. He didn't have eyes. You
They're
know.
dark spirits that you're seeing. Well,
Welcome,
dark
Valkyrie.
shadow beings, the dark shadows.
Hmm.
I know where there's Indian burial ground, there's a lot of dark shadow figures. Was there
Ah.
a lot of trees around that area? Because sometimes
Mm,
natives used to use trees as markers where they buried somebody. They would plant a little tree and the tree would grow. Was there any trees in the around your home
no.
or where
Around my
somebody?
house, my house we had a lot of mulberry trees. We had a a grapevine. We had apricot tree. We had orange trees. But the area that it was at, it was desert, so there wasn't anything but cactus and
Was there a lot of limestone in the area?
you know I later on in life I moved into that area because they created what happened is it was even on the news where they bought the area and they wanted to build, and the Yaqui natives protesting because they said that was a burial ground, it was sacred. you know there was a big protest, it was on the news. And the area is called the Point, and it's very, very upscale area. So the houses are very expensive there. And what they did there on that part was build a hotel. They built a huge ballroom, and they're the people there say that, because I've talked to a lot of people in that area, and there has been activity there, you know,
Is it
and
their location where they have an airport that's haunted?
I don't
Was it
know.
up? I remember
No,
seeing
there's
something
not.
about a location where they built an airport, and they said the airport is haunted because it was built on native Indian burial ground.
Oh, that must have been
Sure.
in Mesa. I know in East
Makes
Mesa
sense.
there's an airport, but this area is called Awatuki, and
Mm.
it's a suburban area. It's a sub of Phoenix, you know. So the area is still Phoenix, Arizona, but South Phoenix, because the South Mountains, on the other side of the mountain, there's South Phoenix. But if you come across the mountain towards where Awatuki is, it's Awatuki, but it's still considered Phoenix. You know, up through the mail system, it's still Phoenix. But if you look up Awatuki, you'll see, it's kind of like a fishbowl. Um, it's there's only like certain few ways to get in and a few ways to get out. It's not. It's behind the freeway. They built a freeway there. The freeway didn't used to be there when I was little, so we would ride our bikes out there, and just being kids, be out in the desert. And but I have so many stories. It's crazy. Like, that area is really, really, um, it's got high levels
And
of.
you said there's a lot. I know it's a little bit off the topic, but you said that there's a lot of brujas there. So
Yes,
if there was brujas, then you must have witnessed the Lechuza,
yes, I sure have.
uh,
And
the ones that
it's,
we described, the black ones that make the strange noise.
yes, I've heard that noise and it creeps me out.
Hmm.
Like I said to
I
you
would say
guys
the noise. I
before.
would do the noise, but every time I do the noise,
No,
some activity picks up.
no, I don't want to hear the noise.
Speaking of the reservations, look what I got.
I can't see. Pepsi?
Uh-huh. I got a Pepsi.
You and the soda, Jesse. You and the soda. I'm telling Liz.
No, don't tell Liz. Don't tell Liz.
Where's Liz anyway? She's not here.
I I can't see
It's
the
too early
chat.
for her.
Yeah.
How you doing, Sister
Probably.
Mercury?
Yeah, I have a lot of stories pertaining to that work,
Steven
my
Skiba
childhood.
says it's not Arizona where the luring homeless people and ending them. Here in Minneapolis, that is happening as well, down by the railroad tracks.
Oh, wow.
People
What?
are being lured and they're being killed. That's what he's
Oh,
saying.
wow. I don't know, but I know in Phoenix, it's really, really gotten bad with the homeless, and it's so
Laugh
sad
it
to
up,
see,
Madeline.
you know. But yeah, I have a lot of
Hit the like
stories
button, y'all. Hit the like button.
that whole town has really,
So
really.
how many years have you been there?
I grew up there, and um, my mom happened to purchase a home for my sister in the area that I moved to, which was right in front of, you know, that little town. The town is called Guadalupe, and
It's my sister's name,
I know that's what I
Guadalupe.
saw. That's why I said, "Oh my gosh, I grew up. That's the town I grew up in." Um, but when you the town is very small, but since they built an overpass into the native burial ground area, that's Awatuki. So my mom purchased a home there, and my sister was living there. And then when I wasn't living there at my childhood home for a while because I was with my ex fiance. We moved to another area. But when we separated, I moved back to the little town, and my house has always had activity, so I'm used to it. You know, it does like it'll startle me, but I'm not afraid.
Any
It's just the
doorbell rings, your doorbell ringing or lights flashing or lights
yes.
turning on and off,
hmm
uh
like I said,
knockings.
that I haven't heard knocking. I heard knocking in the new home that I had moved to, and that was three knocks. But that I just thought, everybody makes that typical three knock sound, when you're knocking
Yes.
on a door. So I never thought anything of it. Um, but I did have that happen in my other home as well on my front door. Yo de tonta, I opened the door thinking,
You,
somebody's there.
you
But
ever
I
hear
had
like children laughing
no, I
like around
heard
your house?
whispers. I heard
Whispers.
whispers in the hallway, and I did experience shadow beings there as well. And
How
I
tall of
had a
shadow beings were they that you witnessed?
very tall. They reached the ceiling.
Yeah.
They were that, and but the shadow man, the house where I grew up in that I was talking about, that's near Res. Um, it was like a reservation. There was nothing around it. We had to go miles and miles to a food store. So what they did there was build, uh, little markets. We had two little markets there, and it was just very, very away from. It was from everything. We had wild horses that would go through there. So my dad
Oh
built a
wow.
6 foot. Yeah, so my dad built a 6 foot fence to keep the wild animals out of there. Because my sister was little and playing in the front yard, and he was afraid she would get trampled by the horses. But we did have javelina. We had coyotes. We had everything pass through there.
You
And
ever witnessed any skinwalker activity? Shapeshifters?
I, well, the Hat Man, that's the only thing that I've experienced. He walked up to,
Hi,
I was
Michael.
13. I was 13 years
Thank you.
old, and we had one of my cousins staying there with us, and we all came out of the room one night, and I felt something in the window, and when I looked in the window, I screamed because I saw that Hat Man standing there. I didn't see any eyes. I didn't see any, I just saw like a head, the hat, and it was you could see it really well. And it was about a little bit um, close to the top of the window. And our foundation was built so that when you went outside, the ground was lower, for flooding, so the house wouldn't
Yes.
flood. So it sat up high, the foundation. So I that being was very tall in order to be like little. There was like probably 5 inches from the top of the window space, so it was really tall. And
Yeah,
when
that's
I
around it's not as tall as it used to be in Elmsgrove. They were tall,
yeah,
mine was the mobile home, and when I hear the bangings, you find the indentions way on top of the mobile home. The mobile home stand on top of they have a steel frame, so it's
right.
pretty high off the ground, and the
Wow,
indentions were on the very top of the near the roof,
that's
where you see
crazy.
the indentions.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
that's how tall
so
they were.
I've read that they're very tall, and I read that he's the most evil of all shadow beings that you could ever see. Like I heard
Yeah.
you guys talking about that it's the devil itself, you know.
Well, some people thinks he's a time traveler. There's some people think that the Hat Man they think is because of the way he looks that they think it's Jack the Ripper.
Interesting. All I knew
That
was
he's like
that,
a time traveler, and he goes
yeah,
from location
yeah,
to
because it's
location killing people.
yeah, yeah, because it's been all around the world. Everybody sees it, and how can
Everybody
it be
sees the Hat
everywhere
Man,
in the
but
world
where
if
you
it's
see a
not
Hat
spirit?
Man, oh yeah, you see a Hat Man. There's always hellhounds and other
Mm,
things that are around the shadow spirits. Um,
I didn't see it with any company,
different things that surface up because it's demonic activity. So
right?
if a portal opens, other things come out through the portal. That most likely is assisting the Hat Man. I got
I
a
didn't see
picture
anything with it.
of one, but I have a picture of one in front of my house. It's an old picture at nighttime, so you can see my truck, the fence, and you can see it looks
Hola,
like the
Morgan.
Hat Man standing right there
Ugh,
by my house, and you can see the hat, and you can see some like red eyes.
that's crazy. I didn't see any eyes on this one, so I don't know. Like maybe it shows itself differently to the other people, but
Sometimes when he's around you, it must say something. You just don't know that it's saying something to you. It might
yeah,
whisper something or uh, make a sound to let you know it's there. If you're spiritually inclined, you're able to sense your senses will let you know. But
yes.
I
I've
ran
heard.
into
I
them, and when
They
I was
creep me
younger, when
out.
I was 15 years old, I ran into the Hat Man.
Yeah, I
They
was
show up
13.
when something tragic is going to happen. That's when they surface up. So to me, like the Hammond, the Hellhound, anything with the red eyes is a form of a Death Reaper, where they come and collect the soul. That's when they
Mm,
surface up.
right. Well, when we stepped out of the room and I saw it, I screamed, which made my sister and my cousin look, and they all screamed. And I don't know if it's because I'm different, but I wasn't afraid of it. I was curious. And they ran into the room, and it I stood there and it just disappeared, and I was curious, so I ran to. We had a new addition to our homemade. My mom made a new addition, so we had a really big living room, and it was like it's a great room because it was split up into two pieces. But I went to that window, and I saw it standing in the street looking at me, and I don't
Oh, wow.
know, like, yeah, I didn't have any fear, and I ended up like I'm telling you, I was really naive. Excuse me. So what I did was
So where
I
was it
went to
standing, in the street or in front of
in the
your
street,
home?
in the street
Street.
outside of the one outside of our we had a chain link fence so you could see through it,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it was standing there looking at me, and I felt like it was. Now that I feel like it, I felt like it may have been summoning me to follow it, you
Trying
know?
to make a spiritual connection with you.
Yeah, and what I did was the dumbest thing you could do. I walked out there and it was gone, but I walked to the mailbox and I looked down the street and I saw it walking, but it wasn't walking. It was like you couldn't see the feet, you know, but I
It was
saw it
It's
and
like
it
fleeting.
stopped. Yeah, it stopped.
floating in the.
Yeah,
It's like floats off the ground.
yeah,
It's like 2 feet.
levitating. Hmm.
Yeah, levitated off the ground. You
Yeah,
can't
but
see
when
no
I,
feet. They just like levitating off the ground.
right, so I stood there and I was at the gate and I didn't open the gate, but when I saw it, it was down the street. Like I said, I saw it walking, but it wasn't walking, it was moving. And it turned around and it looked at me again. And I could feel that it was looking. I could see that it was looking, but like I said, I didn't see any eyes. And we only had like two street lights on our street. And my mom and my dad paid for that first street light, which was right outside our front gate, you know. And there wasn't another one until you passed our street further down the road. But it was dark, but you could see from that other street light when I looked that it had stopped there and it turned around and it looked at me. And I don't know what made me open the gate and go out there. But when I did that, I looked at it and it turned around and looked at me one last time. And then all of a sudden, it just like disappeared. And I guess that woke me up out of that, you know,
Trance.
dumb. Yeah, it woke me up and I was like, oh my God. And it freaked me out enough to where I was shaken up, and I turned around and I ran back inside the house. And my sister said, "What are you doing? Why the hell, would you go out there? We don't know what that was, or what the heck it was." And I said, "I don't know." I had the chills. I remember feeling like cold, and it wasn't winter time, but I guess that you know it freaked me out so much that I got cold, and I just never saw that entity again, thank God. But I always continued seeing the shadow men. You could tell they were men. I just felt they were
The
male.
form, yeah, the
Yeah,
form, a manifestation to take to look like a person. Yes.
yes, of a male, you know, and it just gave off the vibes of male. So I always said they
Do you
were
think that
male.
possibly it could have been a also because said there's brujas, so where there's brujas there are brujos. Do you think it could have been a brujo? You know,
I
a
don't know.
brujo
Yeah, I
because
have no idea. But the way that it was
did
walking,
you ever remember like maybe having a certain individual come to you like when they're in their flesh, like tell you something that's out of the ordinary that that you're like, man, how does he know this? Like
no,
a man.
yeah, no, I don't recall that. But like I told you, my grandmother used to practice with the witches, and
So
she
she was
stayed
a
there.
yeah.
No, she was a
Go
dark magic.
yeah, the go dark bruja. So that
Yes,
maybe that's possibility why things were happening to you if she was sending something your way. Even though she's your
maybe.
grandmother, she
Oh,
might
she
have
didn't
been
like us.
sending oh well, there you go.
Yeah, she
Sending
didn't like my
the
mom.
maldad towards she had to send if I don't know how old she was, but sometimes they buy themselves more time, especially if they made a blood deal, then they have to send the demon if they want more time, they have to send it to somebody in the family to go mess with
Interesting,
a family member. So,
right? Well, when I spoke to my mom about like the shadow beings, I was older already, and she never spoke to us. I guess maybe not to scare us about the things that she's seen, but she said that at night, sometimes she would hear um, something breathing really heavy, and it would walk up to her, and she said she would close her eyes and turn away, and it would walk up to her ear and breathe in her ear,
oh
like
wow,
really creepy. And she said that's when she would go into prayer and it would disappear.
it's go- yeah, it's going to her ears because it's trying to find a way in through the senses, the
Interest.
ear, the tear ducts, the nostrils. I mean, your nose and your mouth, and succubus, incubus, they attack through your privates when you're
Yeah,
asleep.
that's creepy. But she said that she would hear it come up to her bed. and breathed really heavy in her ear. And she says the breathing wasn't normal. It was like meant it was trying to scare her, you
Yeah.
know. So she said she would just turn around, close her eyes, and start praying, and it would go away because my mom was a very, very faithful person. And uh, strange that you say that they bide more time because my grandmother lived to be 97.
There you go.
Yeah. And she wasn't a very nice person. When my grandfather passed away, my aunt came down from Los Angeles and was at my grandmother's home, and my dad had told me, so I went over there, to give my aunt her condolences. And when I walked up, my grandmother opened the door, and she just opened it a crack, and I could see her blue eyes. And I told her I'm here to see, my aunt Caroline. And she said, well, she's in the shower. And when she's done, she's going to sleep. And she slammed the door on my face. And I was so upset, you know, like, what kind of grandma does that, you know?
Oh, the grandmother that done send something your way and don't want it to come back to her. She don't
Hmm.
want to make
Yeah.
contact with you because she send something towards you. So they're, when
Oh,
somebody sends something towards you, they're going to try to stay as far as away as possible just to
oh
see
my
if
gosh.
whatever they're trying to do has affected you.
I got the chills. Okay. So, yeah, I told my sister what happened. And she told my dad, your mother, blah, blah, blah. And he got really upset. And she said he started crying. And he called me then and he told me, just leave her alone. Don't ever visit her again, you know? And he was really pissed off. My sister said he called her and told her a lot of stuff. He was sticking up for me. I was like, how could you do that? That's your granddaughter, but
Yeah,
she
we got a
always
lot
said
of
that.
people commenting here. Sister says, yep, sacrifice family members, family members like even their own kids. Yes, like even their own kids, their next of kin.
Hmm.
Um, in order to buy more time, the demons and people will use them to sacrifice loved ones. It just happened in my family. That's what Stephen Skiba said.
That's terrible. I'm, I know there's evil, that with good there came evil, but I just don't understand how
It
grandmother
becomes
could.
a generational curse in which
Yes, I believe
somebody's
that.
got to make a spiritual stance spiritually and say,
Mhm.
you know what, you're not allowed to affect me or my next of kin. Whatever was in the
Right.
past, you have to forgive them because forgiveness is part of love, but you just move on forward with your faith and believe in Jesus Christ. See, my sister
Yeah.
Beatrice says the first time I heard three knocks was when mom passed away. He kept knocking until 3 in the morning. Wow.
Oh wow. Yeah, I've always
No,
experienced that
those,
that
well,
knocking.
that's nothing weird. The day after all this had happened, see, no, was it that the same day, sis, or no, the following year on the day that everything happened? Well, remember the phones that used to be on the wall? That you
Oh
would pick them
yes.
up. The phone it rang at 10:30 on the same time frame that everything happened. And when I picked up the phone, it sounded like either a baby was being killed or a cat was being killed.
Oh my gosh.
And then you could hear nothing but women laughing.
That's
And,
creepy.
Damn brujas.
and I just hung up the phone, hung up on them. They were the year anniversary of the when my mother passed away. Had a
Mm.
phone call, 10:30, around the same time frame that everything happened. Either a dead baby or a dead cat, some of sacrifice that they did, and they were all laughing. It was a bunch of them laughing
Now
on the phone.
I did experience whispering before in my hallway,
Yes,
and there was my nephew and a few of his friends. I would go to my room and just hang out there because I had a big bedroom and I had chairs and everything. So at late at night, we would just go and hang out in my room. And I remember one time um, that we could, all of a sudden, we heard something in the hallway, and then it got louder and louder, and it was like a bunch of voices whispering. You couldn't make out what they were saying, but you could hear the whispering, and everybody freaked out. And I told them, don't be scared, just ignore it, like it's not there. And I went into the hallway, and it was shaped kind of like an L at my other house, the hallway out of my room, because it had 4 bedrooms. So there was a big hallway, and then the other hallway led into the living room and the kitchen area. But it was like right at the corner, and I didn't put it all together, but I had a male dog, and he was like 99 pounds. He was half healer and half a border collie, and it was really odd. I never put it all together, but he would sleep right in the middle of that hallway where he could see the living room, the hallway to the living room and the kitchen. That's where he would sleep. And he was like, they're cattle dogs. So he would get up and make his rounds, around the whole house. And he would walk into my room and see if I was okay. He was a great dog.
I'm
And
sorry to hear that, Stephen.
he protected that little
That's
area.
disturbing.
But yeah, the Ouija boards are nothing to play with, and it's crazy how they literally market as a toy, for entertainment. But
They
why do
sell it
they target the
at
children?
Walmart.
Yeah, they target
Yeah,
children.
it's a toy,
Yeah.
believe it or not.
That's not a damn
So
toy. It's a damn
they,
portal.
yeah, they
Yeah,
know
yeah,
it.
but they sell it like a toy. This
Hmm.
not a toy like a game board.
Yes,
So they sell
it's
it
a
as.
game, and
If you
they
go
know
to
what
where
they're doing.
Monopoly
Right,
is, you're gonna find that where
right. It's
the
a
games
board
are,
game.
the board
It's
game.
considered a board game, which is really crazy because that's it's not a toy.
So
There's a lot of people that don't see that as real. It's as real. They think it's just a toy. There's a lot of people that don't see that as something real.
Yes, Stephen. It really is, man.
I can't see the chat, so I don't know what's going on. But um, whatever Stephen went through,
Well, he says that his mom tried to sacrifice him, but the
Oh,
Lord saved him. Then she moved on and got his younger brother. He tried to warn him, but he mysteriously died a few months ago, and he knows what
wow,
happened.
that's terrible. My condolences. Well,
those
she's not going to a good place.
yes, those
The
people
minute,
that sold their souls, their main mission on Earth is no different than the DDN is to continue
Mm,
to do chaos and havoc. They don't
right,
care. They have no love in them. It's the only thing they have is hatred. You know, like uh, or promised them the powers they supposedly have, right?
right,
Is demons. You know, and that's all they do. They follow those orders and they went up by themselves time to send them to somebody that's within the bloodline, a son, a daughter, a next of kin. In which something happens, people get sick, and if people don't know how to fight the witchcraft and necromancy or the generational curse, then
right,
certain people are going to wind up dying.
right.
In our side of the family, which was my grandmother, because she was a dark witch, all my aunts and uncles passed away of cancer.
Oh
Believe it or not,
wow,
they all died before she died. Just about all of them died
wow.
before she died, or on
So
the
just
same time.
sorry. So
Yes,
do you think
uh,
that them dying gave her longevity?
basically, that's what I'm saying. That they
Mm,
bought her more time,
interesting.
and if they were dabbling in something, right? If they themselves were dabbling, they don't have Jesus Christ to protect them. So it's
Right.
a easy collection for this side of the balance if they were dabbling in something, right?
Right.
But just we just want people to know that you're your own person, you have your own faith, and if you know somebody that's trying to do that within the family or is trying to send something your way, all you got to do is not accept it because you're your own person and you fight it through Jesus Christ with your love foundation. You type and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name for it to go back to the sender, in which it will go back to the
Uh,
person that sent it your way, right back to them.
that's great
And it will
advice.
go back to those individuals seven times fold. That's all
Mm,
I'm saying. If it's one, that's seven. If it's two, that's 14. You add the numbers to how many people are involved, it goes times seven. So if they wish uh, death upon you, well, it's going to go seven times fold to them. Depends how many people are coming up against you spiritually. You know,
right.
I've learned a lot throughout the years. Fighting spiritually. Like I keep it limited to my brother and sisters. How deep it really goes in our family because I don't I want them to I didn't want them to because one thing is not to fear and I don't want people to be afraid. For
Right.
example, when I said I can make the sound of the lechuza, I don't want you to be afraid. I just want you to know that when the enemy comes at you in that way of a lechuza, not to fear it, to fight it
Correct.
spiritually with Jesus Christ. Don't give it what it wants because it wants you to fear any manifestation that it takes, any portal that opens, strange activity happens, knocking sounds. We're not supposed to fear because fear is a spiritual opening. We're
Exactly.
supposed to
Yeah, I was.
maintain our foundation, fight spiritually through Jesus Christ to overcome the unseen forces that are coming up against us. Before I continue, I'm going to say if there's any witchcraft or necromancy at this time, we tie, bind, rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. You're not allowed to interfere in this life feed and any unclean spirits. You're not allowed to interfere in this life feed.
Thank you.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, because speaking
Like,
of that, I believe that in our family we have somebody that did that to my mother and her brothers.
mm,
He sacrificed them for their life force because that man looks younger than his son.
oh wow.
You
Yeah,
know
my
what I'm talking
grandmother
about,
didn't.
right?
Yeah. I
My
haven't seen
grandmother
him
didn't look
anymore on
97.
Facebook. I know who you're talking about.
Sorry.
It's okay.
That's terrible because like my grandmother did not look 97 either. She looked like she was still like I would say 70s. You know, but I know my dad being the oldest. Um, my dad didn't look his age when he passed either. He died at 80. Maybe there was good genetics there also, but her, I do believe she was evil.
Yeah, it's like my mother, every time my grandmother would come me to her house because she lived next to us, she would invite me to go eat food with her and stuff like that. My
Oh
mom
no,
would always tell me not to eat anything. My mom would always tell me, "Don't be going over there." I guess
smart.
she was trying to warn me in a sense, but she
Yes,
never told me. No, that's one thing she never told me. Hey, well, I would hear her sometimes when she'd be upset that she would say, "Hey, es una bruja," don't go over there. Where she would get upset, like
right,
with my dad. I guess she knew something, but they really never talked about it within our household.
right. I
But
think maybe not to scare you, or
Conspiracy.
or maybe not have you hate her.
yeah, yeah, I have the
You
mark
know,
here that I showed the other day. Something scratched me in the face when I was
excuse me.
uh I think I was like 5 years old when I got scratched in the face. In the
Oh
little
wow,
picture, if you look to my YouTube channel, it's got a face of me. Like some of the videos have That's me when I was a kid. If you look at the picture, my hair never grew where I got scratched right here when all the way
Oh,
through my eye. They never took me to get stitches. All I remember that evening is that I was in my bunk bed asleep and I heard somebody calling my name. And the voice I heard was my grandmother. This is late at night. The room was
oh,
dark.
that's
We had those
creepy.
lights with a string where you have to pull the string to turn on the light.
Oh, yes.
So I'm hearing my grandmother calling me to the window. Our windows in the, it's real hot in the Rio Grande Valley. So we had big windows, almost the size as doors,
Oh,
to bring the fresh air in at nighttime when
right.
so it can be fresh inside the house. So I kept on hearing her call my name, and I said, "Is that your grandmother or grandma, Ama?" And she said, "Yes." And she said, "Come here." And I could hear her voice calling me as I kept on going closer to the window. She said, "Rímete más,
Oh,
un
no.
poquito más, rímete un poquito más, get a little bit closer." So when I got close to the window was like a couple of inches away from my face. It's just like I seen the whole window just cave in. The screen window caved in. I got hit in the face and I flew back because I was small, skinny. Uh, when my mother,
Wow.
they all got up and went to go turn on the light. When they turned the light, I'm bleeding all over my face, where something literally tried to take me out the window,
Welcome
try to
back.
take me. I believe it was a lechuza. So the following
Oh,
day, I go to school. I go with a bandage on my face, like a towel. They did a homemade towel because we couldn't afford to go to no doctor. So I'm in school, and all the teachers are saying that, and they said, if they tell you what's the matter, tell them that you cut yourself, that a cat scratched you. So I was telling them that a cat scratched me, but when they looked at the cut, they were like, that's no cat,"
wow.
because there were wide scratches. I never got stitches. So as I grew, it's kind of like the heel, but no, the heel buttons, but you can see them now as I'm older. When I look at the scars on my face, sometimes I feel like Wolverine because you can see them.
Oh,
But
wow.
there's times that I feel a lot of pain on the area where I got cut. It
So,
gets like very painful at times.
so it caused a nerve damage. And if
Well,
your hair didn't grow
yeah,
there, it definitely damaged the roots.
yeah. You see this side? Look at this side is like way up here because the it comes from up here all the way down. You can see it in the picture that I have on YouTube. You go to some of my videos. I'm missing hair there. They're like,
Wow.
"Oh no, he just combs his hair to the left and to right now." It's because I got scratched and it took out the took out my hair. Like
Yeah, it
with
damaged the
roots and
roots.
everything. Yeah,
Hmm.
damaged the root.
I'm
But
a
anyways, I know we're getting
cosmetologist,
a little bit
so
off topic.
yeah.
So,
Well, it has
what
to
do you
do
think?
with the same
What?
thing.
Yeah, yeah, it's all dealing with the same thing. So, what do
Yeah.
you think about the fortune telling or fortune telling, or you got any stories with the fortune telling palm readers or
Tarot cards.
your tarot cards? What
Yeah.
experience
Andrew,
do you
no,
have with that?
Andrew,
I
nobody
have,
here wants him to do that.
yeah, I
Do what?
I had one experience with tarot cards, and that was one of my ex boyfriend's mother. She
My
had,
sister said. My sister said yes. I remember that night. He says, "Was I bleeding all over the place?"
oh
Yeah, that
gosh,
made me go to school with a freaking I know it was a
a
towel or a
toalla,
shirt wrapped around my head, tied up back here.
with the toalla.
El, el Andrew Ibarra wants you to make that sound, cousin.
No, no,
He
Andrew
has
better make the sounds. The son of the Lechuza?
yeah, no,
no, it
man, I'm
doesn't
good,
scare
dude.
me. It doesn't scare me, but it brings up the memory of it, you know, and it's
Yeah,
creepy.
I'm not gonna do it, man. I already got scars on my face.
You don't need any more.
Yeah, I don't need any more. I know there's days when I wake up, you can see one right here. The
Oh,
other one's up here. It goes up. You can't really see
oh
it
yeah, I
through.
see that. Yeah, I could see it.
So it goes all the way to my eyebrow. They literally try to, like Jesse says, they try to take out your eyes. So it's going for my eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Like
I
like Jesse says, it was the lechuzas. They try to go for the eyes, take out your eyes. So that's why they try to attack me in my eyes.
yeah, I had an experience with that. Um, it was
Yes,
Well,
man.
I was
well,
a
this how lechuza sounds. Uh, hoot hoot. No, I'm just playing. That's not the sound. That's not the sound, or it doesn't say how many times does it how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie
oh
Roll?
no.
Hey, man. The Lechuza really sounds like this. Help Woodsy spread the word. Never be a dirty bird.
So there's a sound that I remember. I'll make it real quick. Not trying to make it too loud. It goes it sounds like this. And the reason I know how this sounds because they will come always to our home on Saturdays and torment us. And
Ew.
I know the sounds. It sounded like this. When they're flying in the sky, they sound like this. Imagine they're like 100, 200 feet up in the air flying, and you can hear that noise all the way to the ground.
Yeah,
They
it's
make this
different.
sound because they're communicating with each other of where's the home that they're going to go torment. When they land on the trees, the sound that they make is with
So
their talons or
they
their
rub their
claws.
talons.
The- and
So they're
then
rubbing
you
their
hear
talons.
yeah
Yeah.
you hear them where they're scratching their uñas, so the claws,
Ew.
like sharpening them, and then you hear them go,
Ah,
and then
stop.
you hear like somebody's mumbling, right, or whispering. Then you hear them laughing like women,
Ew.
and they're not 4.5 feet tall owls like the one that showed the owl shaking his head. No, they're way taller than that when they're in the manifestation of the lechuza. They could be up to 6 foot or even taller because in the
So
sky they look very big. So when they land on the ground, they're way taller than what they look
Yeah.
up in the distance.
they look like
I
Big
just
Bird
made
from
it real
Sesame
quick.
Street.
Was it?
I've
They
seen
look like Big
huge
Bird from Sesame Street.
big bird.
Oh no, man. Just yeah, bigger and wider than Big Bird. I'm talking about their midnight black, pitch black that you can even see them sometimes flying in the air because they're blending with the darkness.
Right, right.
They can pass right beside you, you don't even know it. They can land right behind you, you don't even know it. It's but they travel in their little convent of brujas. So they're like a little gang, right? Where
Their
they go
coven.
and yeah, coven where they go target the house or the people they're targeting that night, and they all go in numbers. In which when they're chanting something, whispering is they're chanting something because they're summoning demons, familiars, opening portals, so they can cause havoc on that family or wherever the target is. That's what they do.
Right. Like I said,
Yes.
my grandmother had spent the night one time, and during the middle of the night, she went to go check on my grandmother. And when she said she opened the door, I had said this before on another show. She had
And then
several
before you
little
continue,
black.
I'm going to answer this question here.
Oh,
It
sorry. Uh
says,
huh.
so do lechuzas just look like regular owls, but bigger, or do they have a humanoid face? They literally have a face of a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's not an owl face, and
Yes, Steven.
they're bigger than an owl,
Kind of
huge.
like harpies.
I mean, not to say that there's a certain owl that's like 6 foot tall, that's coming from a whole different country. that's migrating, but it doesn't have the face of an owl. It's the form of a woman, the face of the woman of the manifestation. You know, you can still see the face of the woman, how they look.
I wonder
Yeah,
why that is. I wonder why the
well,
face doesn't change.
harpies,
Hmm.
Lilith, they can manifest, they can change the form to look, because they're going against God. So they're already going against God and they already sold their soul. So just like the women that slept with the Watchers,
Mm.
they're transformed, right? They manifested to look like harpies or sirens. Uh, People that do that,
Yes.
that's a form of shapeshifting or like shapeshifting, like a
Mm.
skinwalker, right? Because they're no different. They don't sell the souls for the power of changing form into different animals. That they can look like anything, but
Okay, so
when,
I have a question about that.
yes,
About the now I read in the Bible, like I said, my mom was a very devout person, spiritual person, and she had told me, scriptures, and I've read that we we cannot sell our soul because it belongs to God, and He takes it back. But the devil is a liar and lets you think you've sold your soul to him, but he can't really get it because it doesn't belong to us. So I, I'm a little confused there.
yeah. Well, I'm here to tell you that I witnessed something uh, where I know that they were coming for the soul of somebody.
Mm,
I witnessed this demon that came from my grandmother one day,
that's creepy.
where it was a Sunday afternoon. She invited me over to eat Spanish dish, a dessert called capirutada. I
Oh,
was already at that time. I was already uh, like in sixth grade, and I was eating the capirutada, which is sweet bread with raisins and apples and
yes.
pecans and stuff like that.
It's a form of
And I
pudding.
heard a knock on the door, and my grandmother was already old, and she said, "Go, fíjate quién es." So I walked down the hallway and checked the door. There was this man there. He had like a black pants and a red shirt, and he's like, "Está la mujer de la casa." I never seen this man before,
Oh, wow.
and I go and say, "Ama," and she's walking real slow down the hallway. That's what I would call her, Ama. And she said, "¿Quién es?" I said, "Es un hombre que te anda buscando." So when he came to the door, she took like 3 steps backward. Like she got scared. I seen her reaction,
Oh,
and then I'm
wow.
looking at the man, like trying to figure out who he is, and he told her in Spanish,
Ah, yes.
me vas a dejar que entre? Are you gonna let me in?" And she, sí, pásale, pásale. So I seen when he was walking down the hallway because I opened the door, let him in, and he had like a limp on his right leg. He was walking like with a limp.
Mm.
And she's like, "Mira lo que te dice tu favorito, la capiruta, capirutada." So he's down on the chair, and she put the bola capirutada in front of him. So he just started eating it. The way he ate it was like a dog. He was eating it just like this, no fork, no spoon, just like an
Oh,
animal would eat. And he was making this crazy sound like an animal. And I noticed that his right leg, where he was limping, I could see gnats and flies flying around,
oh,
or gnats flying around his leg. So I crawl underneath the table. You know
there
the
you go.
they have the tablecloth. I crawl
Yes.
underneath and started getting close to the leg, and I lift his leg, pant, and I seemed to be like a leg of a goat or an animal. And when I
Oh,
lifted it, he kicked me, and I took off from underneath, and he stood up
Oh my
and
gosh.
threw the bowl. When he threw the bowl, it was empty because he ate it
Oh,
fast. And I looked at him. He was looking at me, and he pointed at me, and he's like, first he said to her, Es tu tiempo, ya vengo por ti. It's your
oh
time.
wow.
I've come for you. And then he looked at me and he pointed at me, and he, uh, he said that I was too strong, that he was going to take me, that I was too strong. And
Oh wow.
my grandmother said, no, not him. Then he asked her, then who? And she said my uncle's name. And he
Ooh.
said, I'll be back in 1 year. That's what he said. I
Wow.
seen him walk out the door, out the yard into the street. At that time we had dirt. The streets is in the early 70s. It was caliche, which is not even a pavement road.
Right, right,
All up to the gate, and he's going up the road, the caliche, goes up to the street. The other street was pavement, but I think they were fixing a road that it was nothing but caliche. And my grandmother was telling me not to follow him, and my mother was yelling not to follow him. And I ran up to see where it went to. I was that kind of kid, real curious.
right.
So I ran and I went up the hill because our street has a hill. Went up the hill. I was seeing him
Ah,
walk in the center of the road. It was like a tiny space opened up. It went through it and it closed. When that happened,
wow.
it sounded like a metal to metal or something something in nature, like a weird noise.
Oh,
I thought that he was playing like a magic trick or something. There was a house right beside where he that happened by the road. So I went in there to see if he was in there, but he wasn't in there. All I know
wow.
is that if you make blood deals with them, then they have some authority over you. That they will come for you
Right, right. The
because you
devil.
made you made blood pacts.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Got you. Um, that's crazy. I just don't understand the evil that can be so present in some humans. Like, is that I've heard something about demon seed,
Yeah, I
you
was reading
know?
the Bible to my grandmother in Spanish. I was reading it. We got to the point where it says that God is a forgiving God and He will forgive anybody that's asking for forgiveness. And when I was reading that, my grandmother, she would make me read the Bible to her in
Oh wow.
Spanish, and she looked at me and she said, "Even I will be saved." And she gave me a real weird smile, and I
Oh,
said, "Well, I said the only way you can be saved is that when you ask God for forgiveness, it's got to be done in true faith and to
right.
believe in Him.
So
That's the
maybe she
only
was
way."
mocking you? Sorry.
Oh, not mocking me, but like she already knew where she stood within the
Oh,
balance,
got you.
in, in which she wasn't going to do that. And
Right. It was too late
but
for her.
yeah, it happens. Um, People that dwell on that, they suffer a horrible death.
Right. My grandmother, before she passed away, she called I guess one of my aunts and asked my mom to go visit her in the hospital when she was passing. And my grandmother always said that we weren't my father's, which is a bunch of baloney. But I remember that my sister went with my mom and she took my oldest nephew with her because he wasn't. But my sister said that when they walked in the room, my grandmother was shook at the sight of my nephew because he looked like my father. And she said she started crying and saying that he looked just like my dad when my dad was little. And I said, "Oh, I thought we weren't my dad's. How could he look like him?" you know? But she asked my mom for forgiveness before she passed.
We got a little cameo here.
Rebel, rebel.
Rebel's coming for a treat. Go ahead.
Oh, cute.
I was just waiting. I already knew he was going to show up. Every time I do a live, when I'm talking, he comes and wants a treat.
He knows there's
All
no
right.
denying a snack. That's cute. What kind
So
of dog is he? If
uh,
you don't mind
he
asking.
is like German Shepherd. He's got a mix,
Oh,
possibly with a German Shepherd, or Rottweiler, probably. I'm not sure.
ah, German
But
shepherds are tall.
he's a real good dog. He lets me know when there's things outside and he guards. We actually got four
Yes.
German Shepherds.
Oh wow. Yeah, I had two of
Yes,
them when I was
madness.
a child. They do protect you. They're very good protectors.
So your grandmother, how did you know that? Did she ever try to get you to do what she was doing, like, and try to influence you to do the dark arts or anything like that?
No, my mom didn't really let us see her because she said one time to she took her to a town that's kind of really far away from us, and she took her and my aunt to go visit someone supposedly. And she said that when she got into the car, she had a large jar with, I guess, like a piece of clothing in it. And when she told my grandmother, "What are you doing? What is that?" And she said, "Oh, I'm just taking it to my sisters." And uh, yeah, that's crazy when you said they call each other sisters, because she said that she told her, "Don't ever ask me for another ride there because I won't take you." So my mom, had a feeling that that was a bad place. And she said, I didn't realize, what she was doing, you know, but it dawned on her when she saw something inside that jar. Like my mom was a very, very respectful person, and she would have never, said anything disrespectful to my grandmother or been mean to her. So she just took her there, and she said,
So your mom was around all that, what she was doing.
unknowingly, yeah, she didn't know, but that one time she happened to see a jar with that, and she told her, "Don't ever ask me for a ride over there again because I'm not taking you." She said, "There's something wrong." She didn't know, but later on in life, it dawned on her. But she didn't speak to my mom because my mom got into a fight with her shortly after that, you know. So my mom didn't speak to her, so we weren't really allowed over there. Um, I remember going one time with my father when I was little, and that's the only time that I can recall ever being in her presence. And she had given me she used to keep a strings, those long packages of lollipops that they used to sell back in the day, in a long string of them where you could tear off one if you wanted
Yeah, the
to.
little round ones. I mean,
The flat,
like
yeah, the round
like a
flat.
flat circle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, she had packs of those stacked up on her wall because she had a very big sweet tooth. And I remember going there with my dad, and she gave me, a big long string. She gave me the whole string of them, and I was eating one, and I had really long hair, and my mom would braid it. Well, because the long hair, it after a while, it took off those braids. I used to always take them off, and she pareces bruja. which means you look like a witch. And the funny thing was that I was probably about 6 or 7. The funny thing was that I told her in Spanish back, "Tu eres bruja," and she started laughing, which I told her she's a witch. You know, for those who don't understand Spanish, I just told her back, "You're the witch," and she started laughing, and she just threw back her head and was cracking up. She never scolded me. She never told me anything. And now I know it's because that laugh was to tell me, yeah, she was, you know? But my dad didn't leave me there with her. He was there. So she never told me anything, or I don't recall really much of her because I wasn't around her, you know?
So did you ever see her? Well, you wasn't around her. Um, Anything dealing with tarot cards
No. The
or
creepy thing
fortune
is,
telling?
no, the creepy thing is she had something wrong with her blood, and one of her legs looked like it was um it was weird. Her skin was really weird. It kind of looked like eczema, but it wasn't. I know my mom said that she had she told her it was some kind of a blood disease, and that's why her leg was like that. It caused her a lot of pain. It was really creepy. Her skin was burned or something,
Yeah,
but it wasn't burned.
probably maybe a blood clot.
No, it was
Was
just her
was she on
texture.
medicine?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I just know that her leg was really creepy looking. And I used to just stare at it, you
You are
know,
rebel.
because it looked painful. It was just like all weird looking. And it looked like purple and blue and red. The skin was just like, I don't know, I can't describe it.
That's crazy.
But yeah. And she would always put that leg up. And I remember it hurt her a lot.
My grandmother had a her feet was always hurting. She would
Yeah.
call me over to put aloe vera on her legs all the time.
Wow. I wonder if that was a mark somehow, you know,
Hey, what?
a mark of like a signature of the evil.
Well, I know that I had certain abilities when I was growing up, uh, which was of healing. So if somebody was in pain, I could go and touch them wherever they're having pain, and the pain will go away. Uh,
Yes,
like a healer,
yes.
or
It's crazy that you say that. 'Cause I've always been that way as well. I used um I have had sciatica issues since I was 18, and my mom had a friend that my aunt introduced her to who was from Mexico, and she was a sobadora, which is like a massage therapist, you know, for
yeah,
those who don't speak Spanish. But she had the gift of healing, and she could massage that sciatic nerve. She could massage that knot out. And when I met her, um, I could barely walk. And I was in so much pain that I would have to like literally throw myself off the bed and crawl to the bathroom because I couldn't walk. And my mom took me to her, and she told me right away, she told me, "You have a gift." She said, "You could do this." And she had me feel the knot, and she told me, "Do you feel that?" And I said, "Oh my God, yeah, it felt like a marble." And she said, "You, you, you touch it with your fingers, and you press on it, and you guide it down." And I learned how to do that from her. And it's really trippy because when I do that to somebody, wherever it's at, it turns really, really hot and it turns bright red. And when I take that knot out, that like I've had a few people kind of like almost pass out, but it goes away. So the sad thing is I can't do it on myself, you know. But I can do that for other people. So I went into massage therapy. With I'm a cosmetologist, so it covers that. So we could work doing that as well. But I usually did it to people that I know really close, you know. Um, but I have had experience with tarot. My ex boyfriend's mother, God rest her soul, she had a friend over one day, and I had gone to visit her because I was really close with her, and my ex's sisters are still to this day, you know, really good friends of mine. But I went over there to visit her and just hang out because my friend went with me, which is her middle daughter. And um, when I got there, her friend was there, and she said that she reads the cards. And I had no idea about reading cards or anything, you know. I was, I had never experienced that before. So she said, "Do you want me to read your cards?" And I told her, "Yeah, sure." You know, just big, I wasn't thinking that it was real. You know, again, you know, you feel like, yeah, whatever, let's see what this says. But she told me to break the cards, and then she shuffled them. She laid it on top of another, and the whole shebang. You know, I don't know how that works, but when she started reading the cards, the first one she put down was, she said in Spanish to me that someone that I had loved and been with had been had cheated on me 3 times, and 3 times they were they had um, produced a child. And
Oh,
time, at that time, I I guess she was telling the fortune, but he did cheat on me, and it was 3 times, and 3 times he had a daughter.
oh wow.
And yeah, and his mother turned around and looked at me, and she goes, "Oh my God!" And then she turned around, and she goes, "That's my son." And I just looked at his mom like, "Wow, this is crazy," you know. But then she told me something else, and I don't remember. The second thing she told me was that I was going to be, in the future, I was going to be with someone who was very dark skinned, and that he was from somewhere far away, and that I was going to go with him, and I was going to be happy. And it wasn't until I was older, and I never made that correlation with that, but I did happen to meet someone from Pennsylvania, and he was black. And she said he was very dark. She said, un moreno. And I was like, I don't know anybody like that. You know, I don't know anybody that's from far away, but it turned out later on in life that did happen. But through trauma that I've been through, I I stepped back from that relationship, and I was almost I almost went to Pennsylvania. I'll put it like that. So that would have come true if I didn't experience that, you know, trauma that I went through, and I didn't trust anybody. So I backed away from that relationship. That's the crazy thing, is that
Whoops,
I
I'm
would have
back.
gone far away,
Oh,
and he would have been Moreno, you know. But I don't remember the third thing that she had told me. She told me 3 things, and I don't remember the third part. But I'm kind of glad. But I did
Well,
experience that, and I stayed away from that after that. You know, it's like, what was I doing? What was I thinking?
Yeah,
You
one of
know.
my sisters was messing with one of those fortune tellers from in Copper's Cove, and which was my sister Guadalupe, because her husband had passed away in a car wreck. I guess
Oh,
she's trying to get in touch with him spiritually, and I was telling my sister not to go to those places because the things that they're saying to you, they're just taking your money and they're tricking you because they're giving you false information and all this stuff. And my sister said that the lady was pretty accurate and all this stuff. So one
yeah.
day, I told her, well, give me a card. I'm gonna go visit this lady to have a word with her
Oh,
because my sister kept on going to the curandera or whatever. Or I mean, to the fortune teller. I get there, she's dressed all in black and has that oval
ew.
thing, like a tattoo of an eye on her forehead, and she said she's
What?
been doing that for years. And I was just telling her that I didn't believe in the things that she was doing. That I believe that the things that she's doing is not. It's really something else that's telling people certain things. So if people are believing it, that there's a spiritual opening. If it's,
Mm,
you have to be careful what you believe in. Like for example, and you don't need a curandero, I mean a person that's fortune tells to know these things. If you have a bad image in your mind of an accident that's about to happen either to you or to a loved one, what you're supposed to do is when that image comes to you, you pray against it. What's
mm,
happening is the spirits that's around us, right? We're able to know what their intent is. So the intent
right,
of whatever was around me spiritually was that something bad was going to happen to a loved one. So what do? Prayed against it. I prayed against the image that I seen, so that wouldn't happen. What
right,
some people do is don't do nothing about it when they see an image. They say, "Oh, it's just a thought in my mind," but it's really that they're really spiritually blessed. It's just they're not seeing it spiritually. They're too busy living the world, living life.
right.
That's what I do. If I see a bad image of anything, I pray
Good
against it.
advice.
That's what we're supposed to do. But
That's
that
really great
lady,
advice. Hmm.
that lady, there was another female with her, and we were just talking. I was talking to her spiritually, like I do here at Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, and she was telling me she could do this and could do that, blah blah blah. Then there was this lady sitting beside her. Spiritually, I sensed something with her, and I asked her that if she had been through something that scares her. I said, because that's what I sensed, because I've seen an image, because I could sense the spirit that she
Right,
went through something very horrific, that she's seeing like something happened to her. It was horrific. And then she told me that she used to be in the army. I said,
oh,
and I told her, I asked her if something happened, something to her out there, and something did happen to her. And so that I told her that it's something that's bothering you for a very long time, in which she said that she had gotten raped out there in
oh,
Operation Desert Storm, you know.
that's terrible.
So, and I just asked her that real quick, and that was it. I asked her, and she said that what I was telling her was the truth. I wasn't reading no cards or nothing like that. It was just all through the spirit. The
Right,
spirit knows the spirit. You can sense a person's spirit.
right.
So then she looked at the lady and she told her, I said, how come you never told me this? This is something that I've been coming to you for about 2 years. He told me something, he don't even know who I am. And he told me something that was deep within me. And she got, she got up and walked away from her. And one other, she lost a customer that day. And
Wow.
then I looked at her and I said, well, I'm sorry, but it's something that I told her that only she knew.
Right,
It's the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit knows the spirit.
right. It
And
wasn't the demons.
I hadn't read no cards. I didn't have to open up no Ouija board. I didn't have
Right.
to be looking over a sphere. You know, the spirit knows the spirit. So when we run
Right.
into some of these things, when I go do the investigations, they know who I am. They know the works that I
Right.
do. They know what's in my heart. They know I place Jesus Christ first. The real deal. When I run into the sisterhood or the brotherhood of the brujas and brujos, they already know who I am. So they
Right.
come
They
at
can feel
me
you.
and give me a message indirectly, like
Mm.
trying to blend in or trying to hide. But I know spirit. I know what their true nature is. There's times that
Right.
somebody try to come and touch me. I already know what they're trying to do. So say, hey, you have. I'll go back to them, touch them back. You have a good. So I hope you enjoy the dance. Touch them back because
Right.
I'm not gonna accept, especially when they're indirectly tell me what they're representing or what they're affiliated with. I'll give them the maldad back. But that's part of the game.
Right.
It happens that way.
Right. Yeah.
Everybody chooses their path in life or how they want to be. I know that
Right.
I speak about this here, that people get offended. You got paranormal community, spiritual community. There's brujas and brujos that they get offended. In the
Right.
cryptic community, there's brujas and brujos in the cryptic community that are infiltrating because they want the people to believe in the Bigfoot and the cryptids because those are demonic in nature. So they're just
Right.
following their orders, right? So I get targeted because I'm awakening people spiritually, but that's what I'm just
Correct.
following my spiritual orders is to
Right.
awaken my brothers and sisters spiritually to get ready for the unseen spiritual war, which has been amongst us. It's been
Yeah.
here for centuries, for a long time since the beginning, right?
Correct.
Long time.
Since the fall of Satan.
It's just that some people faulted. Some there's family members that fall short because
Right.
they give them a choice. They choose the other side of the balance,
Right.
and the fate is sealed.
Yeah.
Cousin,
Basically.
I got a terrible story, man.
Because
Back in 2002, the palero guy I used to hang out with, he gave me a card reading. I remember my dad was sitting on my right when I had that done. And he said he'd be back. Hmm. I let you borrow my glasses, Lawrence. Ooh, dead air.
What happened with Abe?
He went to do something. I don't know.
Oh.
He had water in his mouth when he got up, so he just pointed, and I guess he'll be back.
Oh, okay. I'm charging my phone, so I had to put it down, and it's beside me, so I can't really see. Oh, there he is.
Okay, there he is.
Yeah.
Anyway, cousin, as I was saying, I was sitting in front of this man's office desk. My dad was on my right hand. And he told me to cut the deck. I cut it. He shuffled. He told me to cut it again, and I cut it again. Then he pulled out the cards that he pulled out, and he told me that I was that's when I was homeless and I was living under that bridge because I was hooked on them drugs. Remember? He told me that I was gonna get a good job.
Oh,
He
wow.
said, "But after I got that good job, I was gonna lose the use of my legs," and that happened.
Wow.
The last thing he told me hasn't come to pass yet, so I'm kind of not afraid, but weary because he said that I was gonna die by the betrayal of a woman.
Oh, wow. So he doesn't want you to be happy, really.
Well, he didn't. Well, that guy's dead now, but he
Ándale.
yeah, the first two things that he said were gonna come to pass came to pass, and the
Right.
last thing that he said would come to pass has not come to pass. It hasn't come to fruition. So I'm kind of worried about getting together with women because, like he said, that I was gonna die by the betrayal of a woman.
Choose
I wouldn't.
wisely.
So you
Well,
should
I guess the best choice I can make is not to choose no one.
But you can't allow that to stop your happiness either.
I mean, there could be anything. There could be a woman in a hospital as a nurse.
Right.
It could
Oh,
be
there you go.
a woman driving a car. But he said betrayal. So it means it's somebody that
Someone
he knows,
close.
somebody
Somebody
close.
close. Mm-hmm.
So like
It's
after he
pretty.
So,
said that, after he said that about, I'm gonna say 3 weeks after he said that, I went into that that company selling burritos and walked out with a job. And
that's
then while I
awesome.
went, when I worked there, after like 5 years, I snapped a tendon on my right leg and couldn't move my right leg, man. So I lost the use of my legs.
Oh,
It took me a year of therapy to be able to learn how to walk again, man.
yeah. Tendons are nothing nice.
So I'm kind of worried because the third thing hasn't come to pass. So yeah,
Jesse, you are spiritual and you should know this by now. You cannot let that come to fruition.
well,
You
it hasn't
gotta
come to
pray
fruition because I
against it,
haven't let it.
cousin. Pray against it.
I,
Tie
I
it by
pray
the
against it every
rebukes.
day, cousin. I pray against it
Right.
every day
Yeah,
because
Right.
that's all
like
you gotta do.
he wasn't he wasn't very I was gonna say accurate, but it's not accurate. He didn't tell me who it was or what kind of what woman it was. He just told me a woman. So that could mean
Right.
anybody, just like you said. That could be anybody.
Yeah,
So
you
But
literally, I
gain
was just
given power of belief. You know,
yes,
that's why you
yes.
rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. The curandera from Mexico that I was with when I was a kid.
Mm,
She told me told my mother certain events that were going to happen, and which it did happen. You know, she told her that I was blessed, that I was going to be go through a lot of things in life, but that I was,
mm,
blessed. Then she said that in the future that something was going to happen, that she had to watch out because a certain situation was going to happen, and if she wasn't careful, that it could affect the lives of everybody. And it did happen, which we lost our
wow.
mother. But at the same time, it's about how we perceive things.
Right.
It's about how we. I've had people tell me. I had a doctor tell me when I was 32 years old, you got a year to live. I give you a year, one more year. So I proved him wrong. I started working out. I said, if I'm gonna go out with a bang. Started doing 1,000 reps of workouts and walking 20 miles a day. When I went to the doctor a year later, he's like looking at the chart, and with the old chart, it's like, I don't know what you did, but I think you found this is what he said. I think you found the fountain of youth because you reversed everything. That's what
That's
he
good.
said. So the fountain of youth, when people tell, I think yesterday was a question somebody asked me what the fountain of youth was, is stay active, work out,
Right.
keep on doing something, uh,
no exuberance.
positive thinking.
And my cousin knows me. There has never been any kind of fear in my heart. There
Oh
just
no,
don't. I'm not like that at all, brother. But
no, but
like I
he's
said, I
saying that
was.
that the guy was trying to instill fear upon you when he said that.
Mhm.
You know that you've been
Right.
But you know what,
living
cousin?
your
That
life.
actually almost came to pass, cousin. Because I remember I was with this woman that I was with, and when I broke it off with her, she took it kind of bad.
Mm,
She tried to she tried to choke me while I was laying in the bed under the blankets.
What?
and then she tried to beat me up. So I jumped out of a window, and I was running
Wow.
down the
What?
street. I was running down the
Was she a
street,
big
primo.
woman or something?
Yeah, she was a big one, and
I mean,
she tried to run me over with my own car, man.
what?
Oh,
Eh,
Okay, so
Every every
so that
every
passed.
time every time that she tried to hit me with the car, I would Dukes of Hazard across the hood.
yeah. What'd you do, cousin, to get the
this
woman so
ha-
rowdied up?
this
You
happened.
broke up with her?
She chased me for 6 blocks, dude, throwing the car at me, and every time she tried to hit me with the car, I'd slide across the hood like the Dukes of Hazard.
That's crazy. So
I,
maybe that was the one.
I got another question. Was you naked when she was doing this?
oh no, 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 no.
Never go to
I,
sleep.
You
if I
said you
would
Never
have
were
go
go
gonna
to
to
go to
sleep.
sleep.
if I would have done that naked, man, I wouldn't have made it sliding across the car. I would have got stuck. but yeah, man, I finally made it to my dad's house, and I had a big old sweat stain on my shirt, like like that, dude. It was all sweaty from running.
Running.
And
Wow. So do you think that that could have been the one?
no, well, that wasn't a betrayal. She was trying to kill me.
Well, that's a huge betrayal.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like a sensible way. Well, no, betray somebody that you're in a relationship when you love. I don't know. But to
Well,
me,
he
I'd rather
yeah,
broke up
no,
with
power.
her.
it's
It's like
because
if I
her.
see a negative thought or somebody says a negative comment to me, I don't give a power. I have people
Right.
threaten me here where they said that they're going to do something to me. They send me messages that they want to fight me, and I just laugh about it
Ah,
because
right.
I'm a Tim Allah Foundation. I work out daily, and it's like this people don't know what the heck what
Well,
they're getting themselves into. That's why I
woke up,
laugh about it.
Monsoon.
Right.
Uh, what happened was her mom was always up in our business, man. I couldn't stand it no more.
Mm.
I have a very bad problem with authority.
I feel you, Jesse. I'm the same way.
So I told her mom where she could go, and she didn't like it. I
So
told her
maybe
where she
That's
could put.
crazy.
I told her where she
maybe
could put
that's
her
the woman that
opinions.
was betraying you was the mother. You know what I'm saying? That was interfering, but sometimes you
Yes.
can
Yeah.
give power of belief to what a psychic or a medium or a fortune teller. Your fate is your fate. What you make
Right.
out of it, not what somebody
So
tells you. What you choose.
so right. So Abe, I have a question.
Yes.
So well, more like an opinion. So I would think that demons are used by the and when you're spiritual, God actually gives you these visions. Correct?
Yes. Through the spiritual gift of discernment,
Right. So
You're
there
right, and
are
that's
people that are
He blesses you with the spiritual gift of discernment.
yes,
That's one thing about the spiritual gift of discernment that nobody can obtain this gifts. Is
right.
all done through the Heavenly Father. If you have forgiveness in your heart, because forgiveness is part of love, you get blessed with the spiritual good discernment. They're
Yes.
that are given to you to assist you spiritually.
Right. Whereas the card readers and the people who use divination use the demons to get their information, and that's why they can't tell you everything because they're only given snippets of this information. They can't see it all the way because the demons won't tell them. They want to keep you
They
coming
open up
back.
themselves. They open up their foundation to
Right.
anything.
So they want to
That's a
keep
difference.
you coming back to them.
They
yes.
open up the foundation. What I mean by that is they open the foundation so anything can come into their foundation. Because
Right.
a lot of these people they do not believe in Jesus Christ. They believe in the spiritual
You're right.
realm, in that nature. So
You're
when
so
they open
right.
up, they're not opening to Jesus Christ because they're not praying. They're not saying the deliverance prayer before it. They're opening themselves up to the spirit world, in which in the spirit world we have all kinds of things in the spirit world:
Right.
demons, shadow figures, skinwalker shapeshifters. You
Right.
want to call this, throw the Nosferatu. You want to throw in the lycanthrope in there, elementals, the DDM,
Mm,
the Legion. That's what they're opening themselves up to. They're not.
right.
They're not compared to what we do, what I do, like we did here the other
Yes.
night when we
Yes.
prayed through Jesus Christ. And
It,
the brother that was here, the negative attachment that was on him, it left him. Whether how he got there, maybe the spiritual opening might have been the path that he was on, but
mm,
we got rid of it through
We're
Jesus
talking
Christ.
about Ouija boards, tarot cards, palm readers. That's the topic,
Well,
Monsoon.
I've had people, psychic mediums, where they're trying to read me, or they think they're reading me, but I'm not feeling nothing of what they're saying to me. I'm not feeling
right.
anything what they're saying
Right.
because it's kind of like more of confusion. In Elm's Grove,
The,
there was a person that came. She brought her husband. There was a cryptic guy, and she said she was a clairvoyant, right?
mm,
She could sense certain things. As soon as she walked into the park, she got spiritually attacked.
wow.
That she got so scared that she had to go sit in the vehicle. She couldn't be there. She got spiritually attacked right off the bat as she entered the space of Elm's Grove. I've
Wow.
had Wiccans that came in through two people that I knew from the uh, my friend's sister was in the military, and she knew people that were Wiccan that they wanted
Mm,
to come check it out because they were saying that it probably is just my imagination that things that were happening there. You see, I see things spiritually through the spiritual gift discernment.
right.
It's a lot different than somebody summoning something or calling upon something. When they went there, there was just the Wiccan guy. He said, "Can you show me the path?" I said, "I can show you the path. I was already prayed up and everything. What I do." And I said, "I don't think it's a good idea for you to go in there because whatever's in this area is very territorial." I said, "It's going to try to attack you." He's like,
Mm,
"I've been doing this work for a long time," and he was a young guy, like 22.
oh,
And he said
wow.
he'd been doing it since he was a kid. So as soon as you walked into the path of Elm Scroll, it's like he turned around and he's looking at me. He's smiling at me like he wasn't even like he's possessed. His eyes are all
Ew.
black white, and he
Oh my
starts going
gosh.
into the darkness. So I look, and the other people they're like further, like halfway. So I did the sign of the cross. I go in there. I'm looking for him in the path. I can find him. I find him in the woods because it's taking him. Whoever possessed him is taking him. So I grab him, I pick him up, and I'm going there with no fear. My faith in Jesus Christ, and I carry him out of there. I carried him all the way to the park, and I dropped him on the ground on the street. When I dropped him in the street, he had no energy. He was like real, what do you call it? Freaked out,
Drained. Yeah.
and his energy was drained, and he started seeing the shadow figures. He started seeing the things that I would see there, and he was pointing at them.
Oh,
Everybody was
wow.
looking. They couldn't see nothing, but he was naming everything in detail to them. Put them in the vehicle, get them out of here. You know,
Wow.
um, and they took him. Um, he tried to come back later on, like maybe 2 3 years later. The same thing happened to him. He got spiritually attacked because he was in his
He was
mind.
open.
He said he was going to close the portal, but how are you going to close anything if you're not believing in Jesus Christ?
Right.
Beelzebub cannot cast out Beelzebub. That's what I'm telling y'all. So
Right.
if the wicked cannot cast or close a spiritual portal, a card reader, a fortune teller, or anybody, or anybody that does any kind of, or uh, like a sphere or anything that does that kind of stuff is not going to be able to give you the right answer. The only one that can give you a spiritual answer is the Heavenly Father. He's the one
Right.
that answers. If we have a question, we speak to him, and he shows us. There was another person that was from California that she brought later on that she said she could astral project out of her body. She said
That's creepy.
she runs in a family like brujas or whatever, and she was saying that she wasn't afraid of whatever's there, and I was like, don't be saying that because the things that are
Right.
here are very territorial. So you're just going to bring danger to yourself, especially when
Right.
you're not believing in Jesus Christ. So the
Correct.
sun set. I took her to the path, and she's take me to that path. I walked her in. I said, I'm not going to go all the way. I'm just going to point you and tell you where it's at. I pointed. No, I was spiritually prepared. She stood. She went, and I said, right there. She stood right in front of the path where I have a picture where something is standing there. So as she's there for
Wow.
about 15 seconds, she says, "What is that?" And then next thing she says, "Oh shit!" She starts running. As she's running, passing me by, there's this giant red orb comes out of the woods and is chasing her. Passes
Oh,
right
wow.
beside me. So, I start praying the deliverance prayer, and I start walking to the entrance, and I find her just laid out on the ground, passed out, no energy. Whatever that was drained her energy. Uh, she had bumps all over her face, her body,
Oh,
where it affected
wow.
her that bad that at that time, I couldn't pick her up because but, the girl that was in the military was there with another friend, so they picked her up. Uh, the same thing happened to her. She started seeing the dark shadow figures and all this stuff, and they took her away. She got spiritually attacked in there. You know,
Right.
this goes to the people of the the I should have say the people that think that they have certain abilities because of what they practice. These
Right.
things that are here on earth have been here for a very long time. They're of old. The only thing
Yes.
I can tell you, if you're not using Jesus Christ to fight something like this, then you're gonna fail. You're not gonna be able
Right.
to succeed because they 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 flee when you bring Jesus Christ into the equation. When you say I tie binary rebuke in Jesus Christ, they flee. No difference than when Jesus Christ uh, cast out the legion out of the man that was possessed. They knew who he was. They fear a love foundation. That's what they fear. That's why I tell people to maintain your love foundation, which means no anger, fear, hatred, vengeance, uh, no believing in
Right.
other things. Because when you believe in other things, it's a spiritual opening. No fear. When you fear something, is a spiritual opening. But you have to forgive in order for your love foundation to be whole. You have to forgive anybody from your past. Once you
Yes.
forgive, then you get blessed with spiritual gift of discernment. But you have to have faith and believe in Jesus Christ in order to obtain this. I believe there was a sorcerer. I think I can't remember who the apostle was. I don't know if it was Peter or Paul, where there was a sorcerer that wanted to obtain the spiritual gifts of discernment. He said he would have give him all kinds of emeralds and money to obtain the spiritual gift of discernment. And
Mm.
he said, "But I don't want to know your God, so I don't. I just want to obtain this spiritual gift of discernment." And he said that he couldn't uh,
Right.
obtain the spiritual gifts of discernment by just giving it, and that he had to go through, through the Heavenly Father to obtain those spiritual gifts of discernment.
Yeah. Excuse
He
me,
wasn't
cousin.
born
So,
with them.
yeah.
I know, because like I said, I've been fighting spiritually all my life. When I created this group, my original Facebook group was Positive Spiritualist. He got
Oh,
targeted, and it stopped. It got targeted so bad when I bring the spiritual aspect into the cryptid community and paranormal community that they permanently deleted my Facebook account and my group.
wow.
So I said to myself, I prayed to it. I said, what should I do? Well, I created another Facebook account. Well, actually, I created another Facebook account, but I lost all my videos that I had and everything. I said, okay. So they targeted again. It stopped growing. So
Oh,
within myself, I'm the person I'm not supposed to quit because I'm supposed to do this works that I do. So I
right.
created spiritual and cryptid encounters, not because I believe in the cryptids. That's the thing. It's because I know what they are. They're demonic in nature, and I'm bringing the spiritual aspect of it, in which till this day I still have the same enemies. Whether it's people that are part of a convent or a
Right.
cult, they
Excuse me
dislike
for
me.
just excuse me for just a little bit.
Yes, or or people that believe in cryptids. I get targeted that way, but that's okay. It's like this. If I can speak my truth, I should be able to speak my truth, my spiritual truth, that nobody should get offended. I can
Exactly.
check out the short reels. I got the spiritual proof through the short reels that I've created here on spiritual encrypted encounters of what I capture out there, compared to some of the proofs of cryptids that people have, which is literally people in costume pretending to be a Bigfoot or people putting on makeup. There's no body or, or anything that says that a Sasquatch even exists. In the spiritual aspect, there are there are beings that can manifest to look beastly, which would be a DDN. As we all know, a shapeshifter skinwalker has that ability. We're talking about Lechuzas, how they can shapeshift, and many other things that have those abilities. Elementals have those abilities. Anything that has to do with the other side of the balance, there are things they have the ability not just to manifest to look like something that way, but to mimic different sounds, different voices. That's what they do. That's why I believe there's many people, many children missing, 401 cases, where they pretended they're a friend or they take the manifestation of someone that they think they know. It's a family member or a friend, and they get lured into the woods, or possible possessions. If a person has a spiritual opening that something possesses them, they wake up in the middle of the freaking woods. They don't even know where they're at because they don't know how they got there. The body can only live for so much without water, without food. So if they don't know, they're misorientated. How are they going to be able to go back to civilization if whatever had control of them took them somewhere where they don't know where they're at? I'm just I'm just giving you a a couple of, I should say, things that I witnessed how they can fight spiritually. And I'll say it again right now. Heavenly Father, this time I would like to pray against any witchcraft and necromancy that anybody is trying to do, for it to fail, for them to stumble, and for it to go 7 times fold to the center. This I pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Ooh, cousin, we're almost at the 3 hour mark.
Sure. It's been a pretty good show tonight, brothers and
You
sisters.
know,
How's everybody doing? Hope y'all enjoying the show. I know we lost a couple of viewers, but it's been weak. I'm surprised we have 43 viewers because normally sometimes on Wednesdays it's kind of slow.
yeah, no, man. Liz hasn't gotten here.
I think she didn't want to come here because of the topic of this, if
Yeah,
I
the Ouija
remember
board.
correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that she said she probably wasn't going to make it because she don't like talking about that topic.
I'm so upset. No, no, Primo, that chick went crazy on me, man, and I had to jump out the window so I wouldn't put hands on her, man.
You're welcome, brother Stephen.
What really sucked, dude, is that I weighed over 300 pounds, and all that running messed me up, man.
Exuberance has no list for Jesse tonight.
No. Oh.
Okay. Since we're talking about a Ouija board, I already said the story. I think y'all heard the story of my sister Beatrice. I think she shared it. So I don't. The incident happened when they said not to burn them. Well, I did the mistake of burning one. The burning the Ouija board that she had. It was a wooden Ouija board. If you all want me to, who's heard that story? I think everybody here probably has heard that story. I'm not sure. Has anybody heard the story of the Ouija board? Uh, I think everybody's heard it there. I think
Okay, I'm back.
sister. Oh, there she is. I was seeing some movement there. But yeah, it's the she was talking about looking at what they're saying, but in my case, it was different. Um, my sister, I'll say it real quick. My sister had, I don't know where she got this Ouija board or that somebody gave her the Ouija board, but she got it from somewhere. And she was always carrying it with her, taking it to school, taking it out to her friend's location where they would go hang out. And there was always messing with this wooden Ouija board. It was an uh, old Ouija board. I was working two jobs. So sometimes I didn't know what my brother and sisters would do because I was working at a hospital from 12:30 to like around 5 o'clock as cutting grass, like their lawn keeper. Then I go work at Walmart from around 5:15 till like around I believe it was 10 or 11 at night. So finally I had to choose a job and I chose Walmart and I stuck with Walmart. So my sister had obtained a Ouija board. I don't know if she bought it at a garage sale or where she bought it. It was an old one. So I would tell her to stop messing with it. There was several incidents that happened while she was using it. One of the incidents, she's in a dirt road with her friends in a vehicle playing with a Ouija board, and she's told me the story where the Ouija board said that she hated me. She said my name. The Ouija board spelled out my name that it hated me,
Oh, wow.
and this is her playing with her friends. That I was too busy working. They said he hated me. Uh, So that's one incident. Another incident was where she said that the Ouija board said that there was a tape, back then, a cassette tape, that there was a cassette tape in the attic, right? So, I was at work one day, like when she said that, like a month passed by, and I'm at work, I'm getting off of work, and I get home. Nobody was at the house. And then for some reason, the thought of the cassette tape in the attic. So okay, I'm gonna go see if it's true. Out of curiosity. So I took a flashlight in there and I'm looking all throughout the attic. Then I hear the front door open and I hear somebody running inside. You can hear the thumping. They run inside the house and it's my sister. She says, "Hey, get out of there! Get out of there! It's coming for you! It's coming for you!" So I'm like, "What the hell?" So crawl and come out of the attic. She said that she was at my aunt's house or across the street, that she was playing with the Ouija board, and that the Ouija board said that it was coming for me because I was in the attic,
Wow.
right? So that's when I started figuring out that the Ouija board was evil. So
Right.
I went to work, came to work one day out of work, and my sister's in the living room, sitting on the couch. Her hair is over her face, and the Ouija board is in between her legs. Uh,
Mm-mm.
what's that thing called? That moves?
The
The planchette.
planchette.
The what?
Planchette.
Yeah, the planchette. The planchette was moving by itself. She wasn't even touching it. The planchette was moving by itself and going to a lot of letters. And my
Excuse me.
sister was saying nothing but bad words to me. I
Oh,
mean, calling me all kinds of bad words. And I was like, how is this happening that I was like thinking maybe she's got a magnet underneath the board or something, but no, it was, and my sister was repeating what the Ouija board was saying, the bad words,
ew.
but I couldn't see my sister's face. So I told the Ouija board, what if I place some holy water on you, a crucifix, and burn you? What are you going to do then? The Ouija board started trembling real fast, and I said, show yourself. You show yourself. I was like, I wanted to fight it spiritually, because and he stopped moving. And then he said, you almost made me, I guess, because my sister was repeating what he was saying. And then he said, you killed me. That's why I killed your mother. That's what he
Oh,
said.
wow.
So that
Wow.
was it for me. That was it for me. I grabbed the Ouija board and the little thing from my sister, the crucifix. When I grabbed it from her, she jumped on me. She started punching me in the face.
Wow.
Throw her off of me. I grabbed the crucifix, the holy water, and I had some gasoline outside. So I got the Ouija board. I started praying against it, and I put the holy water on it, placed a crucifix on it. After I said up the prayer, I was saying the Our Father. I took it off. I put some gasoline and I lit it up. When I lit it up, nothing but black smoke was coming out of it. You know, burned it.
That's crazy. That's
I burned
crazy.
it, and it's like my sister went back to normal, because it seemed like she was being possessed at the time. That she
Right.
attacked me.
Right.
Um, so 2 weeks later, I'm outside with I have three females friends visiting me, uh, and we were just chit chatting outside. And there's this guy that had a white shirt and black pants. He was on a 10-speed bike. He passed by. When he passed by, he made a sound of a. He made this sound. He went like he yelled like a sound like of an animal, right? Or a yell that the girls got scared, and they were all jumping. So he did like a 360 on the bike, and he parked right there by us. And he said, "Who's scared? Who's scared?" That's what he said. So
Wow.
he just said, "Who's scared?" I'm looking at the girls because there was three of them there, and they're not moving. They're not blinking. They're not moving. He's asking them who's scared. Nobody's responding. They can't speak. So I'm looking at him, and he looks like this guy that goes to high school with me, named Martin. And I said, "Hey, Martin, what are you doing here, man? Why are you disrespecting my friends? Why are you trying to scare them? You need to leave." And he told me to shut up. That's what he told me. I said, "Martin, what are you?" When I looked at him a little bit closer, it looked like him, but it wasn't him. Like he looked like him, but it wasn't him. So I'm looking at him, and as I told him, "You need to leave," he tells me to shut up again. So what he starts doing is mimicking me. If I place my hand on my hips, he was placing his hands on the hips. Everything I was doing, if I crossed my arms like this, he was crossing them. So he was mimicking me. I guess like trying to get me upset, which that's a spiritual opening.
Right.
So I tell him, "What are you doing here?" And I think my sister had come out, and she said, "Hey, what's up, Martin?" Because she knew how he looked, and he said, "What's up, B?" And he had this smirk on his face. And I told my sister to go inside, you know, because I felt there was something else. I was trying to protect my sister. She went inside, but our house is close to the street, so you can hear what's being said. So I asked him again, "What are you doing here, man?" And he said, "I'm going to give you a hint. Just because you place holy water on me, a crucifix, and burn me, doesn't mean
Ooh.
you're going to get rid of me."
Wow.
And then he gave me a smile like that, right? He's looking at me. The first thing that came to my mind was the Ouija board, right?
The board, yeah.
So he says, "I'm here for one reason." It says, "There's two paths in lives. You already know the other one." So, but in my path, you can have anything you want. So I can make you the richest man in the world, but you got to follow me. I looked at him, and when he was saying this to
Mm.
me, this car was passing by with the headlights, and it hit him in the face. When it hit him in the face, his you could see a skull and like a snake going through his eye.
Oh.
And then he's standing there, which I knew he was demonic. And by then, my sister comes out, and she's got a Bible. She's reading up. She's starting to read verses out of the Bible because she heard what it was saying. So I told him, "Well, you already know my answer for you." And I start saying the deliverance prayer, the Our Father, as she's praying and I'm praying. Um, it's phasing in and out where he's trying to change manifestation because we're praying against it, fighting it spiritually. You
Mm.
can see true. It's trying to change form, but it can't because we're in prayer. And he said, when I passed through here, I could have changed into a lion if I wanted to. I could have basically manifested it to, but he said, change into a lion. So I said, I would have kicked you like a dog, and I kept on praying. And he said, I can't win right now. And he was like, his face, you couldn't see it anymore. It was just moving this rapidly. Said, I cannot win right now, but there's going to be a time when he is not going to be with you and I'm going to be there. He turned around, got on his 10 speed, moved like 3 feet or 4 feet away from us. And there was a big old white uh, puff of white smoke uh, that covered the street and it smelled like sulfur. The bike was gone and he was gone.
Wow.
And that was all because of the demon that was within the Ouija board. You know, he came to I wasn't afraid of it, but it tried to, because I remember one thing that I did that y'all remember when I was telling the story that I challenged it, right? So it took that offer to come and they don't want to fight me spiritually, but they wanted me to join forces with it. I chose not to. That's one of the reasons that here spiritually cryptic encounters, even though I got a PayPal up in there, that I'd rather not get any kind of money from anybody because of what that tried to offer to me. Imagine this, just for you to think.
Welcome,
They,
Ivy.
they don't have to give you millions and millions of dollars. Could be one penny, one penny that they give you, and your fate is already sealed. Could be one penny. Just
Yeah.
throwing it out there. That's one of the reasons that I don't like, unless somebody want to bless me with something that's different, but I choose not to. I always get people telling me, "How come you don't ask for this?" That's what because of what I've been through, what I've been shown. Money is a root of all evil, literally. You're welcome, Sister Ivy Ramirez. So that first demonic battle that me and my younger sister, I was 15, she was 13,
Oh
which is
wow.
Beatrice. I was 15 years old, I believe. Was it 15? Let's see. Oh, I think you wasn't there yet, cousin. I'm thinking it happened after you left. Uh, I might have been 18 and she might have been
I'm
uh,
thinking you were probably 18, man.
18 and she was probably 16 when this happened because I had already graduated high school.
Yep,
Mm,
yep, yep. I had already
So,
been gone.
he gave it away a long time ago. He said that I could turn into any animal I want. What is that saying? He's saying he could turn into anything that he wants.
right.
Bigfoots, dogman,
Whatever you
boatman,
fear. Mm-hmm.
anything that you're thinking about, anything that you're believing in, he can turn into that.
Right.
So when whatever a person is in their mind, right, their fears or whatever they're believing in, right, people that believe in
Right.
the UFOs, was going to turn into those lights to make you think it's a UFO.
Right.
People want to see a ghost, they can manifest to look like a ghost, so long you believe in it.
Right.
Why? Because there's a spiritual opening. That's what they want you to believe.
Everybody's liking the show. Give a thumbs up. Por favor.
So here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, I go through my experiences that I've been through in life, and I'm sharing my true testimonies, and I bring that to the table. And there's some people that hate it because everybody chooses their
Because
path. Just like
they're
I
not
chose
good people.
Jesus Christ, there's people that choose other things,
The
like
dark.
brujos and brujos that shows the path.
Right.
There's brujos and
Thank
brujos
you,
or
dude.
that infiltrate the cryptic community. So they want the people to believe in the Bigfoot and whatever they're trying to believe in because they're believing and giving it power over them. So just be careful. Basically, what I'm saying is be careful what you believe in and what you give power to.
Right. So, should you recommend people that are not so in touch with their faith? They shouldn't challenge these things, correct?
You
Because they're
shouldn't
not as
be
strong.
challenging. You shouldn't be challenging anything if you're not spiritual ready. What I mean by
Right.
that, if you don't have the relationship with Jesus Christ, you have anger, you have hatred, you have vengeance, have unforgiveness in your heart. You shouldn't be challenging anything like that because that will attack you. You have
Right.
to be on the right path. When and it's not about even challenging them. It's just you have to be on the right path. Uh, no anger, no fear, no hatred. You have to have forgiveness. You have to forgive because all those are spiritual. And the forgiveness that goes all the way to the Garden of Eve, Garden of Eden, should I say, right?
Right.
Which are generational curses. That's what we have to forgive. That's
It's
all I'm
kind of
saying.
hard sometimes.
Yeah,
We're only human.
it can be hard, but at the same time, it's like this: is people are quicker to anger, and it's harder to maintain a love foundation because the anger part it can come very easily.
Right.
Maintaining a love foundation through a situation, that's going to be the hard
Yeah.
part to
Cynthia,
maintain a love foundation.
Elastic
Yes.
But
Machinery wants to know if you could turn down your background noise because he can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't aware it was loud. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry to have to ask you.
No, that's fine.
I don't know if she had music or not.
Yes, I had music. Sorry.
He says he can hear the lyrics. La 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 la
Oh,
la means I love you.
yes. I was listening to oldies. Sorry. I didn't know my earbuds picked that up really well.
Girl, the other day I was sitting outside in the front yard talking to Abe, and he could hear my neighbor across the street. It's like 50 yards away. He's like, "Who's outside?" And everybody could hear it.
Oh, wow. I guess I have good earbuds then.
Yes, so that's why I'm talking about all this right now. The
Yes.
fortune tellers, I used to run to them
Cousin,
all the time. The brujas, I'm telling y'all, brothers
cousin,
and sisters,
it is the
go
demonic
ahead.
hour, cousin.
We're in the demonic hour.
Oh, yeah, it's barely one here.
It's 3 o'clock over here.
So you guys are 2 hours ahead of us.
Yep.
Yes. I want to thank Sister. What's your first name, Sister?
Her name is
Or you
Cynthia.
just want Cynthia.
Yes.
I want to
Yes.
thank Sister Cynthia for coming on tonight and joining us here. It's been a pretty interesting show. I hope everybody's enjoying it.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, you're welcome. So, what do you think about all this about the balance, Sister? When it comes down to the balance of what you're seeing, like with your abuela and probably other things that you're seeing within your town where you grew up, uh, that truly exists. The balance between good and evil. What do you
Yes.
think about all that?
Well, like I said, I was raised Jehovah's Witness, which they are Christian. And I literally grew up, in the Kingdom Hall, which is church to other people. Um, my mom left when I was 13, or I can't remember if it was 13 or 15. I think it was probably when my parents divorced, but she left and then later on returned, but I never went back. And
She is wicked. She exuberance.
the only time that the only things that we acknowledged were Easter, the Passover, because that's what my mom said. That's the only thing Jesus asked us to do, as far as holidays and stuff. They made it a holiday, but that's the only thing that I would go with her for was the Easter Passover, even if I wasn't practicing it. So I grew up knowing that there is good and evil. A lot of people don't believe in it because they've never I mean, I don't believe because my mom taught me to believe. I believe because I believe. And I am a miracle myself because I was born deceased and I was revived after a while.
Oh
And
wow.
yeah, I've experienced a lot of things that I could have died, but I've experienced miracles. So that binds me closer to my creator, you know?
Yes.
And I just have to say that there is good and evil in this world, and the devil roams the earth. This is his to do with what he wants for now, until the creator stops it and throws him into the abyss forever. We have to deal with it, you know? So we have to be spiritually aware that there is good and evil, and we have a choice to make. It's just like when the devil came to Jesus and told him, all this can be yours if you worship me, and Jesus, being who he was, he knew that he already had everything he wanted. He was here to do something. There was a purpose for him to be here. So he was able to say, yeah, no, I knew who you are, but a lot of people
That's one
don't.
thing about that. The devil might be the some people say he's the god of this world, but we're in control of of our foundation, of our spirit.
Right, right.
So that's what it's all about. that he wants
Right.
to try to collect souls. Right? That's why he's got so many minions working for him. But
Right.
we are children of the light. We are children of the children of God, and we have the opportunity to make it into the kingdom of heaven. We are protected through the Heavenly Father, through Jesus Christ, as we place Him first. I just want to
Right.
set that record straight. So when
Yes.
somebody says that the devil is the ruler of this earth, to me, I see it differently. Uh, I
Mm.
see it as I see it as we're children of the light, we're children of God, and if we place Jesus Christ first, we're able to ascend into the kingdom of heaven. Lucifer,
Yes.
the Legion, or anything that fell, the one third that fell, they will never make it into the kingdom of heaven. Their fate
No.
is already sealed
Yeah.
when the time
I
comes.
just I just meant that, like in the Bible, it states that he does, he's here, but he's, there is a choice to make. Either you choose him and to do his evil works, or you choose to do good. Like he's not going to be here forever. He's going to be cast out of here, and all those things. Like I've studied different religions because when I was out of Jehovah's Witness, I felt like it was a cult, and I started seeing other religions. To me, they're all cults because they're not following all the rules that
Yeah,
our
there's
Heavenly Father tells us to follow.
there's a lot of religions that Jesus Christ will find a fault in every religion. There's no
Right,
religion is perfect. That's why we have
right,
to work on our personal foundation, our relationship
right.
with Jesus Christ.
Correct.
Very important.
So I
Like
choose to.
he
Sorry.
spoke to me one time when I was in the military, uh, in the field training, or I was hearing my name being called. I had my CVC, which is my intercom on. I was putting radio
Mm,
watch, and I kept on hearing my first name being called. And military, they call you by the last name, so I keep on looking out the tank. I don't see nobody out there. Then when I looked again, I seen my vehicle with me in it. There's no way that could happen. So I was like, I ignored it and I went back inside the tank. And I'm like, it's just probably my imagination playing games on me. Then I heard a voice. It sounded very powerful, like lightning, thunder, the ocean, earthquake, very powerful through Mother Nature itself.
wow.
And he had asked me, tell your brothers and sisters, how do they expect me to heal them and bless them if they don't open their doors and windows for me? How do they expect me to help them?
Oh, wow.
And that's what he told me. I took on my CBC and I'm like, man, I'm really hearing things. I put it back on, and then he told me another thing. He told me you don't have to do this job anymore. Then you had to, but now you don't. And I was like, I just reenlisted. How could this be? And then he said, "Where's your faith?"
Oh, wow.
I said, "I'm sorry." I went to, then I didn't hear nothing no more. I went to I fell asleep. When I woke up, I could not feel my left side of my body. I had no move. I couldn't move my fingers or anything. So they thought I had a stroke or a heart attack. So the medics had to pick me out of there, and they took me
Oh,
to the
wow.
hospital. I get to the hospital. They did an EKG, EEG, all kinds of stuff. They didn't find nothing wrong with me. So that meant that I had to go to the field, back to the field. So I went and I was waiting for the Humvee to come pick me up. As I'm waiting, there's this lady that comes and sits down by me, and she's looking at me, and she said, "¿Qué te pasa, mijo?" That
Oh,
was weird
wow.
to me because when she said, "¿Qué te pasa, mijo?" That's something my mom would say, right? "¿Qué te pasa, mijo?" And I was telling her what had happened to me, and I said, "Come with me." I said, "Yo te voy a ayudar, mijo." She took me all the way to the back of the Darnell Hospital. There was a room there. I went into the room, and it was called CSIP. That was dealing with the people that are coming from. There was a program they had for the veterans that fought in Operation Desert Storm, of which I was a veteran that fought there, or not a veteran, but soldiers. They made me sign some paperwork and fill out some questions. They scheduled me for another appointment for another time. When I went back to the appointment, the doctors diagnosed me with epilepsy, in which they gave me a profile called a dead man's profile, which means I can't do nothing. I can wear a Kevlar, can go to the field. So, like the last 2 years in the military, I was never stepped foot back on a tank again.
Oh, wow.
We talk about where's your faith? No, he made things happen. His
Right.
Heavenly Father does exist. People tell me, where is he? I'm telling you, he exists.
Right.
The
I
last two
agree with
years in the
you.
military, I never stepped foot back on a tank.
So do you
Last two
Cousin,
think
years
it's
in our
because, sorry.
Go ahead.
cousin, I'm
So
Go
do
ahead.
about
you
to
think
call it
it's
a night, man.
Okay, cousin.
good
Nice,
night,
nice to
Jesse?
have you on, Cynthia, and you've been a very
Cousin
good
Jesse's
guest.
a
Thank
little
you.
sad because what's her name didn't show up. No, but she
Oh,
said
She
she was
broke
going to
my,
show up tonight.
she broke my mighty heart.
oh no.
Y'all have a good night, everybody.
All right,
I
Thank
gotta
cousin.
you,
get
you
Have
up
a good
too.
talk.
night.
I gotta go talk to a man about a horse.
Oh no.
Bye, y'all.
Good night. God bless.
Good night, cousin. So, what were you saying, sister Cynthia?
I was going to say, so do you think it's because God sees war as bad that
Was it?
do you see do you think that you were told that because God sees war as a bad thing and he wanted you out of there?
No, I believe uh, he told me that because what I went through, I had no choice because I had re-enlisted in the army. I had signed in the military. I went to basic. When I got to my first duty station was Germany. I wasn't even there a year, and I got deployed to go to war, which I had to go fight. So when
Right,
you enlist in the military, and I was on tanks, so I had to go front the front lines, in which we fought the Medina Republican Guard. Basically, what it was
wow,
saying was, what happened then, it was then, but now it's different. That I don't have to do this anymore, right?
right,
In which things happened to me, in which I couldn't do my job as a tanker anymore. That's one of the reasons I got out of the military. Honorable discharge, but I
right,
left because I couldn't perform my duties anymore because I was sick. But
right,
the Heavenly Father makes certain things happen for a reason.
correct. See, I was thinking that it's because war in God's eyes war is bad, you know, unless he
Well,
calls
uh,
for it,
yeah,
you know.
and war, there's been wars all throughout the centuries.
Right,
One thing I know about wars is whoever places God first, that's it in true faith to believe that that's normally the side that's going to win spiritually. Is whoever places God first. We prayed before we went to combat. We gathered hands. They
yeah,
become religious wars because we have our faith, and then they have their faith of what they believe in which they don't believe in Jesus Christ because
right,
that foreign country believes in Allah, right?
right.
But
And Jesus,
we were victorious because it was the biggest. Um, I was in the biggest tank battle out there, but when you play Jesus Christ first,
right,
then we were victorious. It's not about whose God is greater than whose God is about. If you place God first, you can overcome the the obstacles that are in front of you.
Yeah. Well, you have to see it
But
as that they believe in theirs just as much as we believe in ours, you know?
y- yeah, I had somebody come in here telling me one time, a lot of things, and then I thought because he was saying that their God, which was Allah, is stronger than Jesus Christ. That they're lying to us. And then I said, well, if
Right.
your God was real, then how come in the Battle of Magenta Ridge we destroyed the Medina Republican Guard, and I'm still here. They're not.
Right. I mean, I
So
respect everybody's religion and their beliefs, but don't come telling me
yeah,
that what I think is wrong, you know?
and he got pissed off. He got pissed off.
Yeah, they do.
I mean,
It's
look at it.
just,
Look it up. The Battle of Medina Ridge was the largest tank battle out there, and
wow.
Operation Desert Storm was the fastest war in history. The
Yeah.
fastest war in history. It said when you place Jesus Christ first, come out victorious, and you know we overcame the enemy
True.
that fast.
True. So back to the Ouija board. Does would you ask, like, I need to ask anybody if they know the reason that the planchette does the figure eight all the time? Like, I I really need to find that out because it's I'm like my curiosity is getting away with me. I do remember reading or hearing about it. It has a specific purpose for that. I'm not. I think it was probably on one of Wolf's episodes, but I don't recall
Uh,
like
I,
what the
I really
meaning of it
wouldn't
is.
know
You know,
because I didn't mess with it, so I don't know.
right?
I
Never mess
believe
with that
that what's
again.
moving, what no, I'm saying I believe what moves it, what's moving it is the spirit or the demon.
Right.
Not that it's moving
But
by
there's
itself.
right, right. But
They're
there's this.
actually moving it.
Yeah, they're moving it. But what is the specific reason why it goes into a figure eight? That's like that's gonna. I'm gonna when we finish, I'm gonna go in and try and research that. There's a specific meaning, but I just can't remember. It's creepy. It's not a good thing, you know. But I wouldn't suggest anyone playing with that because, like I said, and the crazy thing is too, Abe, is that my brother-in-law was murdered.
Well, sorry to
Like,
hear that.
yeah, thank you so much. Years later, after they divorced, he was murdered. He was shot and killed in his own um, carport. Um, it's
Well,
it's terrible,
uh,
you know.
of what I've witnessed spiritually through the spiritual battles that I've been through. When you talk about the figure eight, well, figure eight is for infinity.
Right.
But of what I noticed spiritually is this: that through witchcraft and necromancy, when somebody wishes something bad upon you,
Mm,
within 7 days, you're gonna know who's doing something against you because they're gonna approach somebody that you might not even know. They might approach you and they might ask you, "Are you okay? How are you doing?" It's
oh
somebody that
wow.
you haven't seen in a long time. But when they're
Right.
asking you that, it's because they're trying to find out if the maldad or the wrongdoing they've done to you has gone
Is
back to you,
working. Mm,
working.
interesting. Yeah,
So
that's
on
crazy.
the eighth day, since you talk about the infinity number, you have a certain regulation time in order for things to happen. So if the maldad, the wrongdoing they did to the individual didn't work, on the eighth day, it goes back to them. in which whatever they wished
Ah.
upon that individual is their fate,
Oh, wow.
especially if that individual is being protected by the Heavenly Father. I've seen this
Right.
happen time and time again in my life. So I believe when it does the figure eight, it's because he knows about what happens to on the eighth day. That's what to me. That's what I see now. What I could only do that explanation of what it's trying to do. So it's letting you know that on the eighth day something's going to happen to somebody. If
Right.
you know, it's letting you know that on the eighth day something is going to happen to somebody, whether it's a person that's mentioned with the Ouija board,
Right.
or or somebody that on the eighth day is going to try to do something to somebody. That something's going to happen on the eighth day.
Right.
That's what I
I
believe that has to do with that.
Yeah. I'm
But
I'm gonna have to
I
research
mean,
that
I'm
too.
just throwing that out there because
Right.
when I fought spiritually against witchcraft and necromancy, which I believe a Ouija board is part of that, on the eighth day something always happens.
That's crazy because it didn't even take 8 days
Well, so sometimes they don't take eight
for
days.
that.
I'm talking about
Right.
on the eighth day, what happens is to the people that are
Oh,
trying
okay,
to
got you. So it comes back to them.
exactly on the eighth
Yeah.
day. So the demon is telling you number eight. It's because if you don't succeed at what's trying to do on the eighth day, it's gone. It's doing the figure eight. To me, what I see spiritually, but when I burned it, you seen what happened to me. So I shouldn't have
Right.
burned the Ouija board.
Yeah.
Should have.
I thought it was crazy when I tried burning it, that piece of paper, that it started on fire, and then it just burnt out, and it wrinkled up, and into corners, those two corners. After the second time, I was like, oh no, that this is creepy,
There was another
and that's
time.
when.
There was another time that I did see that the guy, the demon with the black pants and the white shirt. He told me that there's going to be a time the guy wasn't going to be with me, that he was going to be there. It was on the 4th of July. I was popping fireworks with my nephews. This is before I joined the military, and there was a pile with red ants, and I stuck a black cat in there, and exploded the ant pile. And we're just popping fireworks. They were younger than me. My aunt had come pick me up, and I started having a pain on my stomach. So, took me home, and I went to go lay down. I fell asleep. When I woke up, I seen somebody with their arms open, which looked
Wow.
um, like my mother. And I went like this, but it wasn't my mother. It was my neighbor's light. So you could say I was hallucinating. When I turned to the right, there was a dark shadow figure. You could see the white teeth, white eyes.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
It was and it was going like this, and you could see like he had red ants on it. So I was feeling a sharp pain in my stomach. I reached underneath my shirt. Well, there was a red ant that was stuck on me. He was stinging. I guess he had put poison on me. I killed the red ant.
Oh.
I got up very slowly as I'm seeing this what seemed to be look like an African American with ants all over his body. I
Oh,
walked out of the
wow.
house. I started walking toward my neighbor, and I turned back. When I turned back, he's standing right there by the doorway, and he's laughing. So I go knock on the neighbors, to try to get some help because I wasn't feeling well. I had a high fever. So
Oh,
they opened
wow.
the door. So when I'm walking away, I'm going to my aunt's house. My aunt lives like, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks away. So I'm walking and I could see the standing by the door stair. He's still standing by the door. So I start, walking, and as I'm passing the first block, a black cat passes right in front of me. So I ignored it, like it's just coincidental. I go a block this way, go up a block. Another black cat passes by in front of me. So that's two black cats. So I keep on walking. The next block, another black cat passes in front of me. So there's three black cats. So as I get in the center of the road, it's like a cross. The jailhouse is there on the next road over. When I get in the center of the cross, he comes out of nowhere and he's circling around me on the bike and he's laughing and he said, "I told you I was going to be here." And he was circling around me on the 10-speed bike.
Oh, wow.
So I freaked out a little bit. I said, maybe just my imagination. So I'm running away from him. So I'm running where I look, and he's still there in the circle, going in circles in the center, and he's laughing. So I run another block, take a left, and I finally get to the block of where my aunt lives. I get there, I jump over the gate. She had it locked with a chain, and I go banging on the door. I'm all like, I'm sweating, and the fever's getting me. And she opens the door and she said, "What's going on, mijo?" So an ant bit me, and I'm hallucinating. I have a high fever, and she brings me in. She grabs me an ajo, piece of garlic. She
Right.
told me to chew it. You know, she said it will get rid of the poison in my body. So I start. It's like a half an ajo because she gave me garlic, and I started eating the garlic. And I was telling
Mm,
her about the guy on the bike and what had happened to me with the guy that was going in circles. And she's like, "No, mijo, it's just your imagination." And then one of my cousins is like, "Mom, I don't think it's his imagination." He's standing by the door and he's like, "What do you mean?" "He's right there, Mom. He's in front, outside the gate, just there." He says, "Outside the gate, just laughing."
oh,
So
wow.
my tia goes to the door and she sees him and he's laughing, and she just does the sign of the cross and says, "Ay Maria Purísima." That's what she says.
Mm,
Holy Mary, Mother of God. So she goes into prayer, and she just tells me to go to sleep, and she's just uh, fighting against it spiritually.
wow.
So, yes, I guess something got freed from when I burned that Ouija board. But
Right.
that's the only time I've seen it was those two times. After that, I haven't seen it anymore. But, the demon manifested so I could recognize it. I mean, it literally came
Yes.
out of nowhere. After I passed the third cat, he started circling around me and he was telling me, "I told you I was going to be here."
That's
And
crazy.
I was with me.
That's crazy. Yeah. It
Yeah.
just like,
And it was late at night too, between 2 and 3 in the morning
ooh.
when that happened to me.
Now, they say the witching hour starts at 12. And I read that the greatest time of evil is 3 o'clock.
Hmm.
So I had read that is the greatest hour that people do their witchcraft and everything that's evil at 3 o'clock, because that's the time supposedly Jesus passed away, was 3 p.m. So the devil mocks 3 a.m. He
This is
does
the
the
time the
opposite.
people worshiping, they do like when I used to do my lives on YouTube channel, I would get targeted between 3 and 4 in the morning. All the people that worship what they worship will come at that time at me in a negative way. That's what I did. I started doing it on StreamYard. They were still attacking me then, so I started doing it off a Restream, and all the attacks stopped. To me, it's not if I get it gives you good viewership. You do it off of YouTube, but I rather have good people uh,
Right.
on my chat than all the BS people coming there in a negative way that it interrupts the show, because
Right.
they're hating me because I'm
You're
doing my
speaking the
work, or
truth.
because I'm affiliated with PRT, that I,
Right.
defend them if somebody's talking bad about them, or because, I'm speaking in truth, the spiritual truth of what's really out
Right.
there.
Right.
There's this cryptozoologist that said they've been doing this for years, blah, blah, blah. I lived in the woods when I was in the military in the cav. I did 9 years
Mm.
in the cav, and in Germany, I was always in the woods. We trained like 10 months out of the year,
Yeah,
day
I
and
heard
night.
that. It's
So I know what's out there. And when they
right.
say, well, there's people that want to disappear, yeah, they want to disappear because there is other animals out there that can kill a person.
Oh yeah.
Mountain lions, cougars, grizzly bears, javelinas. There's different animals out there that can kill a person. I'm not
Right.
saying that you didn't see a Sasquatch or a dog man or any other kind of cryptid. I'm just telling you that they're demonic in nature, that you're just manifesting that way so you can
Right.
believe in them and for the fear factor.
Right.
You know, I'm just trying to help out people uh, through my evidence that I have. If you look at the show reels that I got, your spiritually equipped encounters, you can see them in there, that they're not
Right.
here in the flesh, that they're here in spirit form.
Right.
And
And
how do I see them? Is because ultraviolet rays of the sun breaks their cloak, their spirit unseen cloak. It breaks them, gives them color, so you're able to see them in the
right.
pictures.
Because it's light. It's pure. That's why it
Yes,
says in the Bible that nighttime is when everything is very active because it has the shadow to hide in. You know.
I've seen them when I used to do my live videos in the backyard. Used to go live in my backyard, and I could see them moving around, the dark shadow figures. There was a lechuza that appeared, but this one was
Ew.
a white lechuza. It appeared behind. It didn't appear, but I'm saying it was how it got there. I don't know because I didn't see it. All I know, it was standing behind the oak tree, and he picked out all his body and is looking at me. This lechuza was not 4.5 feet tall. It was 5.5 feet tall. So he's looking at
Mm.
me, and the way it looking at me looks like a woman, but not the face of a woman. It just that one really looked like a white owl, but it was huge. And he's
I was
looking at
going to
me,
ask you that.
and I start praying, right? But it
Right.
was a white lechu, something just flew away from me. Maybe it was there because, you know, part of the balance, maybe it's looking out for me. The only thing I felt was somebody, it felt like somebody I knew. I just don't know who it was.
Ah.
That was in the form of the white lechuza, which could be the curandera,
Oh,
or
that's
or
true.
one of my, or a tia, something of that nature, somebody that I know, but they're a white witch or white owl, you know,
Right.
which they fight spiritually through white magic.
Right.
That's that's what my spirit sensed it was. The way it was looking at me, if I could have taken a picture, you would have seen that the way it was standing like a woman, and I could feel the presence of a woman.
Oh
I've seen a
wow.
lot of owls in the military, and this was not an ordinary owl.
Right. I've had experiences seeing very, very large owls where I thought it was a really tall dog, you know. And when I was driving with my my nephew and uh, three other of his friends, and we were driving late at night, and this is we're at my other home, and we all saw something really big standing on the side of the road, like in the bike lane.
Mhm.
And we were coming up, and I got a really creepy feeling. Like you said, we can people that are gifted can feel whether it's good or bad. And I was looking, and we all focused, and I said, "What is that?" And my nephew goes, "Is that a dog? Looks like a big dog." And I looked and I go, "It does." And when we were getting closer, the owl was standing facing the sidewalk. But when we got really close, I was like, we all freaked out because we're like, "Oh my God, that's huge. That's an owl." And it was brown. And right when we could see it, it turned its head, swiveled its head all the way, now sitting in the front seat on the passenger side. And it swung its head and it turned around and looked at me straight in the face. And my nephew goes, "Oh my God, Dia, it's looking right at you." And everybody got freaked out. And it just stood there while we passed it. And it was just looking at me. And I'll never forget how big that thing was. It was huge, but it was just a normal looking owl, you know? And I've had owls around me like since I can remember, since I was little.
I
But
have
there
placed
were,
a little short video about the owls, how natives were some owls will come and warn them when certain events were going to happen.
yes,
And but
one of my,
what we witnessed, I witnessed is lechuzas that were not the size of owls. They were huge. Just imagine you can see them flying in the air, in the distance, like 200, 300 feet up in the air, and they look big.
right,
Imagine if it landed right beside you, how big it would be.
right.
If they're looking
Now,
big from where you're standing, you know.
right. Now, I told you guys before on a different show that I seen a giant owl when I was little. And
I'll be right back, sister.
okay,
You can say you can
okay,
speak.
I had seen a giant owl. Um, we used to live next door to my aunt's house, and we could hear the sun was going down and it was almost gone. But all of a sudden, we started hearing this creepy sound, and it wasn't like an owl at all. And my father told us to go inside, and I've always been curious. So we were out there, and I remember my dad went inside and grabbed his 30-06 rifle. And I guess we were just wondering why my father had run inside and grabbed that rifle. But it was a really creepy situation. I'll wait till Abe gets back to finish it. Um, those things are loud, and usually you can't see them at night because they're up so high. But you could hear the flapping of the wings. If you could just imagine how much, how big that thing has to be for you to hear the wings flapping in the air. And it's a really creepy feeling to hear it and not be able to see it. I can't see the live stream, so I can't see the chat, so I don't know if there's any questions. So there he
Let me
is.
see the. I see the
Like,
chat.
so
Mhm.
I stopped a little bit to finish till you got back. I was saying that we had heard a really creepy sound next door at my aunt's house, and it was above her yard. And for some reason, there was always bats around there. And there was a neighbor who did practice witchcraft, and um, I had been told that she used to be able to make a broom jump around the floor, which was really something really creepy to me. But like when I said we had heard something in the sky and we couldn't hear what it was, but you could hear the wings flapping. That's when my dad said, "Go inside." And he went in. We just stood out there because I don't know why, but we did. And he went and got his 30-06 rifle, came back out, and he said, That's he said something to like that's not good, or that's something bad, and he he had a scope on that, and the sun, like I said, was almost gone, but you could still like see something, some little bit of light. But my dad was a really good shot. He could, if he was in the military, he could have been a marksman because he was really good. And I remember hearing the wings, and my dad took a shot at whatever was flying up there, and we heard like screeching, but it was not normal. And my dad knew. I don't know, maybe because he knew about certain things about evil, you know,
Yes.
but he took a shot at it, and you could hear it scream. And it just so happened that a few days later, we found out that the witch across the street had a gun. I don't know if it was a gunshot wound or what had to have been, because her leg, I believe he shot it in the leg, because, and I
Sure
think
missed
that
your leg.
no, what happened was she had a wound, and then it got worse. They ended up cutting her leg off, and then my dad was like, now I know who that was.
The
And she
bruja.
ended up, yeah, and she ended up dying because it was just really creepy. And I now that I'm older, I know that was her. She wasn't a good person, but there's just, it's just crazy how things work. And sometimes you don't know what it is until later on, it comes to you. And I think that's God letting you know, that information that you weren't able to see at that time, because I
Yes.
was little, you know,
That's why
when
I
I was
like
older.
speaking about the things of the balance. People can understand what's really out there.
Right.
A lot of witchcraft and necromancy. Many
Yes.
people, the pharaohs was into witchcraft and necromancy, sorcery. Uh,
Yes.
a lot of the pyramids from Mexico were into witchcraft. There's a lot of people in the United everywhere around the world that are into witchcraft and necromancy, sorcery.
Yeah.
All that is
Yes.
are spiritual openings.
Yes. And if you think about it, so many people don't believe it, but those people do. They know that it exists. They know there's good and evil, so they choose evil. That's why I don't understand how people can't believe that there's millions of people that know and believe because they've seen, they've witnessed, you know,
Uh,
the things that
uh,
happen.
my mother and father, they were part of a uh, uh, prayer group in which there was a priest in charge for the Catholic Church. It was called the Lady of our Guadalupe.
Oh
That was the
wow.
name of the church, and there was always going and praying for people that were being spiritually attacked. They would get the phone call from the phone on the wall, and I could hear the conversation. I had those ears like I was like the bionic man or bionic woman, but I had those ears that I could hear what they were saying.
Yeah.
Uh, there was uh, there was one day that they got a phone call, and they said that Satan was at a how should I say, reborn Christian, but it was a ex witch that
Oh.
the Lucifer or Satan was there to collect the soul, and that they
Oh
needed help.
wow.
So they gather up the group. They got their. That's why there was a crucifix in their house because they were part of these prayer groups where they will go cast out things from people. Through the prayer group.
Right.
So when I heard Satan, the only Satan I knew was a Diablito from the Loteria, which is the little devil with a pitchfork.
Oh yeah.
So I snuck it into the station wagon and I hid underneath a blanket in the back. And
Oh no.
they got in the vehicle and they're driving. I'm in the back of the station wagon. When they get to the location, I hear them open and close the doors, but I guess my mom see me in the back and she opened the door. What are you doing here?
Oh,
I said, I want to see the this Diablo that they're saying, y'all saying. He said, you better stay here. I'm gonna handle you when I get home. So she closed the door. They walk up the street. I could see a lot of cars parked. They walked up the street. I seen them go into a gate. So I was already in trouble. So I said, might as well, I'm already gonna get a whooping. So let me
better
go
make it
see
worth
this.
it.
That might as well make it worth it, you know. So I said, okay. I started going car to car, ninja style,
Oh my
because
gosh.
so I got closer and closer and closer till I got to the last car, and I'm hiding behind the car, looking, and I could see the people praying, praying. They're holding hands and they're praying. There's this big tree, and they're praying by the tree. I'm not seeing anything, so I cross the street, go to the gate, and open the gate. And because when I'm crossing the street, I'm hearing a voice. He's sounding very loud, and he's saying, her soul belongs to me. And it's saying
Yikes.
that it's Satan, right? So I go there and open the gate a little bit, and I'm looking, it's a link fence, so I could see either or. So I'm looking to see what's making this sound that sounds very loud.
Wow.
So when I look on top of the tree, a big snake is wrapped around it numerous times
Oh
around the
wow.
tree. It's huge. Uh, you want to talk about a anaconda? Well, this one was like color, like a yellowish, light brownish color, and he had red eyes. And he's telling them that his soul belongs to him, that the witch's soul belongs to it. So when I look at it, he looks at me, and as he looks at me, and I look at it, it just disappears in a puff of smoke.
Mm.
Disappears. As it disappears, everybody there is like, "Yay, we defeated Satan." So I said, "Let me go back to the car, or else my whooping is gonna be worse." So I go wait in the station wagon, and they said that they defeated Satan and all this stuff. But like a week later, the lady she died.
Oh
I believe
wow.
she died a horrible death. Only they know, she knew, and whatever deal they had, right? So
Right.
I just wanted to share that with y'all.
Thank you. That's
I've never, Sister Ivy, I've never been afraid. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you.
right.
Fear really has been out of the equation in me. Uh, Not really afraid because I know God is with me. When you have God with you, you
Right.
see things. This snake was huge. I'm talking about if we were to unwrap from that tree, he easily had to be like over 50 yards. But it was wrapped around the tree. But when it disappeared, it smelled like sulfur.
That's
Whether
crazy.
whether it was Satan or whether it was a demon, I guess I could feel the angels with me because I've
Yes.
always felt the heavenly angels with me, and it fleed.
Yes.
It disappeared.
Yes. I believe that. I believe in angels because I've had an experience with that as well. You know.
You can share it here, sister. As
Okay.
long as you're tired,
So
what time is it? Where you're at?
I'm not tired because I drank some coffee. It's 1:48 here.
Okay.
Um.
You can share your angel experience here to the members. We got
Oh.
Stevens.
Okay.
Let's see. Let me see. Let me answer this. Satan offered Christ the world. He refused and knew better. We're human in sin, and took his offer. Uh, Stevens, he was Satan offered Christ the world. He refused and knew better.
Y-
Stephen Skiba said, "The meek shall inherit the earth, but must endure until the end." Our never so much slow for any temptation. Texas Learning says there is nothing worth the cost of a soul.
Amen. Yeah, it mentions that the believers in Christ um, will be targeted, you know, in the days to come. And
Sister Ivy Ramirez says, I love me some angel stories.
oh, me too.
I think I can
Um,
make it where you can see the comments. Let me see. There we
okay,
go. So every time a comment pops on, I'm gonna put it up there so you can see.
okay,
This is
yeah, because I
this
can't
is
see the chat.
oh,
Um, I had, she's still friends with me to this day. I was actually on Dateline, so like it's called In the Bedroom. I was literally on TV with Dateline. So if
Dateline.
anybody want, yes, there's an episode
Is
where
it
I'm on it.
the show?
Yes,
I
it's
remember the show Dateline. Yes.
yes. So
What was the name of
I
the episode, sister?
in
Maybe
the
you can send it to
bedroom.
me after the show.
Okay, I have to look for it because I had gotten I got real
You
close
probably
to the
found it on you
executive.
on, on YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know where else it's been on, but I had the disc because I got close to the executive producer throughout
Mhm.
the case where my good friend I was friends with a couple that I met at a best friend's house, and she's still close with me today. Um, I experienced a death of her husband, and she was targeted because it's crazy because it doesn't make sense. The whole story.
Mhm.
He was having an affair on my friend, and my friend didn't know. And someone one morning she they were he was gone from the house. I'm sorry, I have ADD, so I have a hard time focusing. Um, one morning, okay, so one day she called me crying and she was sobbing and she was saying um, that she had woken up to a phone call and it was a woman on the phone and she asked to talk to her husband. So my friend's not a jealous person or anything, so she handed him the phone and she said that he went pale and he jumped up uh, after speaking to this person. He jumped up, got dressed, and said, I'll be right back. And he took off. Well, my friend had a, a feeling something was up with that phone call, so she followed him. She was, when she got to the place where she went to, it was a McDonald's, and a woman was parked there. And she said that her husband jumped out the car and uh, went with that woman who was bleached blonde. That's all she said she saw was her hair, and she saw what she looked like. But they took off. They took off speeding. So she just left it at that. She went back home, and all as a woman, we have intuition. So she got really upset, and she was started crying, and she started drinking because she thought he has to be having an affair with her because he had gone um, from her home, but he had stated that he didn't tell her the reason why he was staying at a hotel. She was confused and didn't know what was going on. And I told her we didn't know. We had no idea till she saw the woman. So she went back home. She called me, and I rushed to her home where I found her. She was drinking already, and I told her, what's going on. She told me what's happening, and I stayed there with her. And I told her, well, if he's having an affair, you know, I'm the one who told her, you need to go to the bank and take out your money from your bank because you have no idea what can happen, you know. So we did that, and then she took out her money from the bank. And they were Polish immigrants. So
Mhm.
he was an IT tech, um, and she was uh, a real estate agent. And later on that day, um, he ended up, I was parked in the carport where he would have opened the garage and gone in. So he came home and he asked if I could move the car. And I was like, oh, wow, okay. You know, so I told her, I'll leave you two alone so you guys can talk. And I left. And I later on I called her to see, what was going on. But excuse me, nobody would answer the phone. And I just figured, well, they're talking and everything must be okay. Well, I went, I got really worried because the next day she wasn't answering and that was not like her. So I went over there and I pulled up and there was a news and a news station there, a news van, and they had the do not enter the tape around the house
Mhm.
and the front door and everything. And I was like, what's going on? And her neighbors and I were close as well because the whole community there was really close. And one of the neighbors came out, she saw me, and then the news people came up to me and they said, do you know what happened here? I said, no, what happened? What's going on? And they told me that he was found deceased in the home and
Oh.
she was missing. And I was like, what? I started bawling, because that they were, he was a friend too. And I was just shaking, and the neighbor came and comforted me. And she told me to sit down and, have something to drink because I was shaking. I was inconsolable at that time. So, anyways, um, they ended up finding her, my friend, like way far away from the city that we lived in. It was another city in the state, and it was up north. And she was in. They found her. They said that she had taken pills, and I was like, "What?" I didn't. It was just wasn't her. Um, and that whole thing turned into a really big, a crazy case because they had found um, at the time uh, they had busted a prostitution ring that was the police were involved in.
Mhm.
And I was like, what the heck? And he had gone on some website, and I guess the lady he ended up talking to, she ended up having an affair, with him. But the crazy thing was that I had taken over. I got power of attorney for her, and I started taking care of everything for her so that she wouldn't lose her estate. She wouldn't lose, what belonged to her because there was just, I just got a really bad feeling that the other woman was involved in that, in his death. And it's terrible because that captain or chief or whatever was new to the scene, and he targeted my friend by what that lady was saying. He listened to everything that lady said.
There's a question for you, sister. Cynthia says, "Did she have kids?" I think I remember watching something like this.
She had one son,
One son.
and uh, he wasn't her husband's son. But the crazy thing is, they looked so much alike. That was weird. And I remember actually going, well, anyways, that lady had called 911 to say she felt like something was going on with my friend's husband because he wouldn't pick up the phone. And he spent the night with his wife, and she just knew something was wrong. Now, my friend had a gate, and it was locked, and all her shutters, she used to keep them closed, her blinds. Well, this lady said she saw inside the house, and she saw him laying on the floor. So she crawled over the fence, she said, to see what was going on, and she saw inside the house. There's no way she could have seen inside the house because the blinds were closed. And me being her power of attorney, I was able to go inside the home because we ended up cleaning that horrible. I don't know how I did it, but her son was the one that was cleaning it, and we had to throw everything away. And being a cosmetologist, when there's blood involved, you have to write um, that it's toxic waste because it's blood.
Yeah.
And I can't remember. I marked blood on all the bags and everything, but we had to throw that, carpet out. He cleaned the walls, and it's terrible because my friend to rent the house, and that Christmas, I recall. I'm sorry, I'm jumping around a lot, but I recall that Christmas, he had told his wife that his key had been stolen from his keychain. And he said, do you think, her son did it, took the key? And she said, he's never stolen anything from us before. Why would he start stealing now?
Hmm.
But we didn't make that connection that that key was gone. So when all that happened, I rented the home to a friend and her nephew, her son, her nephew's a girlfriend. They moved into the house, and I charged just a little bit over to cover all the, her mortgage payments. So I was taking care of all her payments. I was going to sell his car for money for her lawyer, and they were blaming her for it. But they had never mentioned that they did find evidence inside the room. And I had said, why are my friend's shoes out here? She wasn't wearing these shoes when I was here. She used to keep her garden shoes outside,
Hmm.
and she didn't use them inside. And I seen that. I seen a lot of things. And I remembered everything, how the house was. And uh, I took mental note of everything. But it just so happened when I rented out the house, I had sold some of the guns and ammunition to my friend's nephew, just in order to give her more money for the lawyer. And I got a phone call one day, and it was my friend saying that they had her nephew and out of the house. The policeman said everybody, you know, um, had to leave, and she wanted me to come to the home to see what was going on. And I have never in my life picked up a Bible and took it with me. I've never done that. I just had a feeling, pick your Bible up and take it with you. So I went to her house, which was like way at the end of where we lived at. It was far out there. It was the last housing community there was before the mountains and the desert. So I went over there and I was praying, what's going on? God, please cover me. And whatever happens, take care of me. Because I went alone. I didn't know who was there. I had a feeling it was just the police. But when I got there, I parked the car and I got off. I had my Bible under my left uh, arm, and I walked the house, the door was open. So when I walked in, I stood at the door and I saw them in the kitchen, and they were pointing and talking about things in the house, in the kitchen. And when I said, "Who are you?" and I seen her blonde hair, and I was like, "What?" I go, "You better not be who I think you are. What the hell are you
Girl,
doing in my
the
friend's
girl
house?"
that he was sleeping with.
Was in the home with her husband.
Wow.
Yeah. And when I said that, they turned around and looked at me. And when they looked at me, they looked way above my left hand side, above my head. They looked up in the air, and I could see the look of shock on their face. And it was like a cartoon playing out. They were so scared. They turned to one another and they bumped into each other. And then they came like walking out of the kitchen really fast, and they said they were still in shock. And I said, "Who are you?" And she told me, "Who are you?" I said, "Don't worry about who I am. What are you doing here? Who are you?" And at that time, I didn't make the connection of them looking above over me, on my left side. I didn't make that connection that they saw something that scared, it terrified them. So, they ended up calling the police. I called the police. I found out they had created paperwork saying that she was the executive of the estate. She did that on her own, not thinking. They knew my friends were from Poland. They had no family here. So I felt that they targeted them because they had no family.
Yeah, so that
But
woman was a woman that he was with in the vehicle. That's what
yes,
you said.
but I didn't know it at that time. I just had that
Yeah,
feeling, like a feeling came to me telling me that's who she was. And I
yes.
was like, what? But I do believe that there was an angel standing behind me and they saw it.
So what happened after that?
It just turned into a big mess. Like I said, they ended up blaming my friend for it. And in my heart, I knew she didn't do it. I felt like that lady and the man did. And come to find out, they were behind in taxes, $500,000, and that was the amount that that house was worth at that time. So she
Yes.
was trying to sell that house and everything, for that money. And we believe that they went around targeting people doing that.
They're hiring
So
people to go kill the guess
I think
setting
I
them up
think
and killing them.
yes, I think he was doing that. But I felt in my heart that I did have an angel that day to watch over me because there was two of them against me.
Yes.
And I know that my creator sent an angel with me that day because I have never picked up a Bible, like I said, and taken it with me because I thought there was something going to happen. I've never, ever been through that before. And since then, I never have. So that's something that I do believe the Lord was watching over me. You know, there's
It
I
just
they say
does
there's
it does protect us from wicked people.
right,
Uh people that come at us spiritually or physically.
right. I totally believe that because they I don't know
So
what it
your
was.
friend, where is she right now?
She ended up serving 13 years, and the Innocence Project took her out. Um, they said that there wasn't enough evidence. They took they tested her hands. They did everything. She didn't have any. gun blast powder,
Residue.
on her
Yeah.
hands. Yeah, she didn't have any of that. They didn't find, anything on her. So it just, she had gotten in, the first time they said that she was innocent, and then they took her again. I don't know how, I can't remember the name of that, but they didn't charge her with that the first time, you know. But she's out now and she's doing really well, and we
Well, that's
continue,
good.
yeah, we continue to speak. She's still a good friend of mine, and
Well,
it's
that's good.
crazy.
She went through her
Yeah,
trials and tribulations.
yes. And I'm glad that she's doing better, and is continuing on with her life. But yeah, that's my angel story. So I know that they say that a lot of witnesses say that when they're in danger, um, and if they they say that they feel like there's something with them, you know. And there
Yes.
was a story. I don't know if you've heard that story about the lady who had had an encounter. Um, there was a serial killer who targeted her walking down the street, and he was caught. And the lady that he was targeting went about walking down the street, and they told him who, if he had ever um, gone after someone, if there was anybody that survived. And he told him that, yeah, there was a lady that he had targeted. And when he was starting to follow her, that two men came out of nowhere and started walking with her. And they were very, and he said that that deterred him from going after her. So she ended up, you know, being one of the ones that got away from him. And a lot of people say that those had to have been angels that started walking with her because they thought she was in danger, you know?
Yeah, a good place in certain situations sometimes. I get, the Heavenly Father can use us to do works. He places in certain situations, certain areas where something's going to happen. I have a story where I was in my room already, lived in the second floor, and we had gotten some water, a case of water, and I had forgotten to get the case of water from the back of the trunk of the vehicle. So my wife is already asleep, and I tell her that I'm gonna go get the case of water, and she says you should just wait for tomorrow. So I'm sitting in the living room, then something tells me get the case of the water. It's like she's already asleep. So I walk downstairs, went open up the trunk. As I'm opening up the trunk and I'm fixing to get the case of water, I see somebody stumbling down the stairs to the next building over to me. And then I see somebody, a blur, pass right beside me. And they're saying, help me, help me. They're yelling, help me, help me. And as I'm there with a case of water, then I see this big uh, black guy hitting her in the back of the head. So on top of the case of water, I have my my fillet knife. And I had grabbed the fillet knife because he was attacking this girl.
Oh, wow.
But then I left the fillet knife, closed the door, so I went and get in the way of the guy, and I told him to leave her alone. I blocked the staircase. She ran back into her room. He was trying to go upstairs, and I told him that he wasn't going to do nothing to her. And I was trying to see what he was going to do so I could, do what I have to do. Next thing you know, a lot of people came out, and there was like 4 or 5 people, and they're like, we call the cops, and the guy just takes off running. The cops show up. Uh, when the girl passed by me, she was butt literally naked. I guess it was too dark, but she was naked. I guess this was the baby's father had gone there, and I guess he wanted to spend some time with her, and she was tired because the baby was like maybe a couple of months old, and he couldn't take no for an answer, so he decided to start beating her up.
Oh, wow.
Um, when the police got there, she gave me the baby. The baby was in diapers, and I was holding the little baby, and at least I knew that she was safe. And my wife didn't know what was going on till the following day. Uh, where it's in the afternoon already, and she's sitting on the steps with her baby, with her son, and as we're leaving, she looks at me and she tells me thank you, and I
Mm,
said you're welcome. Um, but if I wouldn't have been there, that the Heavenly Father works in mysterious ways, that He places things in her mind. So He told me to go get the case of water because He already knew that
right,
something was going to happen, and He placed me there to
right.
help her. Uh, So, in that sense of a way, he uses people also
Yes, yes,
to protect people. But
that's true.
if I wouldn't have interfered, I believe something bad would have happened to her because he was already beating her up. But I
Wow,
placed my body on the line because I let them know they were young, probably like in their early 20s. But I told them,
wow,
yeah, that it was going to do nothing to her. I was fixing to
wow,
fight them if I had to. But a lot of people came out, the neighbors. So they interfered too. So he took up running instead.
right. So the
But
Lord used you in a positive
yeah,
way.
yeah, she was all bruised up.
That's
He said he had
terrible.
been beating her up in the apartment that she
Oh my
managed to escape
gosh,
from him. Yeah,
that's
anything could have happened
terrible.
to her, but yeah, I'm just sharing the story that the Heavenly Father can use
Us as well.
people, his people, or his
Right,
people, as vessels of goodness.
right.
Because I could have waited to get the case of water in the morning, but something kept on telling me, go get the case of water, go get the case of water.
Yeah,
I listened to when my spirit or
your
when the
gut
Heavenly
feeling.
Father speaks.
Right.
I went obedient to get it, and it happened as soon as I went to go open up the trunk. Like it happened like real fast.
Wow.
Everything happened like super fast. I just wanted to share the
Right.
testimony with y'all, brothers and sisters.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I'm seeing Elastic's comment and saying I heard this story several ways in service when we went door to door. The witness could share these stories. Yes. Since my mom was a Jehovah's Witness, I was little too. I used to go door to door with her, and I have heard a lot of
You can keep on
stories.
speaking. I'm gonna go get my dog.
Okay. Yes, I heard a lot of stories about that, Elastic. Um, well, I'm reading your comment, Elastic.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that I heard that story about the one where the serial killer stopped because of those two tall people with her. I heard that somewhere. I think it was I read it somewhere, quite possibly YouTube, but I did see it on a program because I remember them saying that uh, they were interviewing serial killers about that. If anybody got away and for what reason. So that's it's really crazy how the Lord works. You know,
Yes.
it's a good
Well, I
thing.
got I got some more stories of situations. He said he is. I've been doing this fighting spiritually for a very long time, and he placed me not just in situations where I'm fighting people from the other side of the balance. He's placed me in situations where it's a matter of life or death. Uh,
Mm,
I got another story for y'all. This has happened in Elms Grove. There was this Puerto Rican boy that was 17 years old. He used to go play basketball with my nephews, in which they were younger. My nephews were younger, and he had gotten in trouble. What he was doing is, I guess, selling drugs, and he was saying that they had a party, and at the party somebody stole the money, and that the people that were coming to collect their money, he didn't have it, so they told him that he didn't collect the money, give him the money, that somebody in his family was going to die.
Oh, wow.
So I told him, if you want to, I can talk to him to buy you more time, or I don't know how much money you're talking about. And he was like, no, I got it. I got it. His mother was in the military. I don't know if she knew what he was doing or not. So time went by, like a month passed by. One day I'm in the swimming pool. I'm not in the pool. My son is in the pool. He's like 5 years old, and I'm sitting on the lounge chairs. And I hear a gate open. It's like 5:30 in the afternoon. It's that kid and two other guys, an African American and a white guy, redheaded guy. They come and stare right in front of me. And the Puerto Rican kid, he tells me, I can kill you right now. There's nothing that anybody can do about it. That's what he tells me. So
Yikes.
I look at him and I said, why would you say that? I'm your friend. Then he looks at the guys and he tells them he starts laughing. They start laughing. He looks at me again and he tells me the same thing. I can kill you right now. There's nothing that anybody can do about it. Prior military, I've been in combat, so Sergeant Seals was trying to come out, but I kept it cool and I said, "Look, you come to my house. I know you're your mom. I know your brother. I know you love them." And it's kind of like his demeanor changed when I said, "I know you love them." So he
Mm.
says, "Let's get out of here." And he's looking at me, and they walk away. They walk away from me. Next thing you know, I see like a black truck going up the street. So go home
Excuse
with
me,
my
sorry.
son. Go home with my son and stuff. And the following day, it's all over the news that that kid that came to me and he was telling me that he could kill me right there, right now, that nobody can do nothing about it. He was driving a stolen vehicle. They belonged to a couple that he had killed and burned,
Oh my gosh.
and he had killed two strippers. So to me, I felt that the reason they did that is because that's what they put him up to do, to pay for the money that he owed them. They send him to kill these people. The reason he came up to me and told me what he told me is because I knew of the situation, of the trouble he had gotten into. So,
Oh,
but the Heavenly Father was
so
looking out for me.
right.
Anything could have happened that day, uh, but I believe the Heavenly Father was with me. He had already murdered four people. So when he's telling me he could kill me right there and then, is he already murdered four people?
Oh wow.
Uh, but when I
That's
brought the
sad.
love about love, he walked away from me.
Right.
You know, he already murdered four people. Two he burnt, and the two strippers he buried them near the airport
Oh, that's
in an empty
terrible.
field. So I just
That's
was sharing
terrible.
that story with y'all. That sometimes I run into all these things all the time like this. Nothing nothing new. Sometimes there's unseen forces, demonic forces. You can use somebody that has anger, rage, or has killed, use them, take over them to come up against you because they say, okay, I found me a vessel that I can use to destroy Brother Apesius. But
Right.
I could have handled it physically, but I chose to handle it spiritually through Jesus Christ.
It was much stronger.
Yes,
you know,
much stronger than physical. It's
right?
spiritual.
So I see this comment Elastic made. The one about the serial killer, it was true. I did see it on
See,
a show about serial killers. It's all true.
uh, the kid, they gave him 75 years uh
Oh
in
wow,
prison. I think like two life
wow,
sentences, or I don't know what they did to him. Honestly, I don't think he's alive anymore.
right.
Because of a different incident that happened to me. Just the thing that he said to me. Um, the thing that he said to me is, I've heard that before. I can cure right now. There's nothing. I've heard it before when I was younger. I heard it through him. Then I heard it through another person. But this I could be a whole different topic what we're talking tonight.
Yeah, like I would like to see if anybody else has had encounters with angels. You know, it's
I, yes, I had an encounter with angels in a different way, sister. Kind of like what happened to you, but differently. It happened to me when I was in seventh grade. I was in track practice and I was walking back home, and the Rio Grande Valley is real hot. So there was this pharmacy that's called Watson's in our town, and I would go through the back door because I had a nice water fountain and it was very cold water. So I was drinking out of it, and I said, I'm gonna cut through the store, go through the front door, and just go on the sidewalk. So as I was cutting through the store, this lady gets in front of me. She got white hair. She looks at me and she said, "Are you so and so?" She said my name. And, I'm taught to be respectful.
right,
Uh, and she said, I said, "Yes, that's me." And she said, "Is your mother so and your father so and so?" "Yes, those are my parents." And I said, "How can I help you?" She pulled out this ambulance. It had chicken bones, chicken feet, feathers, and she started chanting something. It was in
oh,
English or Spanish. As she was chanting something directly at me, I started praying the Our Father for the pray for the Heavenly Father to send me help because I was in a spiritual war because she was
right,
wishing something bad against me. So as I'm praying against her through my parallel vision, could see behind me, I could see like man, there was like at least I would say like 7, 8 angels there behind me, pretty tall,
wow,
in the form of how a human form would look, and they had a golden aura around them. When I
mm,
seen them, and I was praying, fighting her spiritually, she seen them. When she seen them, she had fear in her face.
right,
She dropped the amulet, and it shattered on the ground. She turned around and ran away.
yeah,
That was the last time I ever encountered her. Whatever she was wishing upon me, I'm more than sure went back to her 7 times 12.
oh yeah. Yeah, it's crazy how, like I said, I seen them be so shocked and so scared. They literally ran into each other. Like it was like a cartoon, you know? I was like, what?
Basically, the angels, there was letting them know something. What you reap, what you sow. If they were the ones responsible, you know, whatever happened with him, I'm more than sure it went back to the sender, whoever did it. You know, uh, it goes back 7 times 12.
Right.
Um, but the Heavenly Father
The,
does exist. The heavenly angels do exist for the news reporters and politics and Hollywood that say they don't exist, where they're fooling you because they
oh
do
yeah,
exist.
right.
They're like, if there's angels, you can see Jimmy Kimball, which I don't think he believes in Jesus Christ. If those angels where they're at, he likes making fun of people.
Mm,
Sooner or later, he will know the truth
yes,
because
that's so
God doesn't
true.
like dirty. That's all I can
Right.
say. You
God
you
doesn't
can
like
you can
ugly.
yeah you can mock people of faith, but eventually he's going to
Right.
catch up to you.
Right.
I think Jimmy Kimmel's. Everybody say, "Oh, Jimmy Kimmel this, Jimmy Kimmel that." But his Jimmy Kimmel's first show was dealing with people with females in bikini.
Yeah, I don't really care for him.
When he
You
used to
know.
come out on a different channel. What was the name of the channel? I can't remember the name of the show, but he was when he was younger. The Man Show. There we go.
Ah.
It was all
So
about the man cave or the man show.
I don't
We
remember.
will have females in bikinis, mud wrestling, and all kinds of stuff.
Oh wow.
So that is his true self. This other
Right.
guy with a microphone that's talking crap about people, that's his fake self. His true self was the one that was on the show, the man show, the man cave,
Ah.
whatever. That's the true Jimmy Kimmel, which
Right.
is garbage. Can't believe a
It's,
word that he comes out of his freaking mouth.
yeah. I'm
I'm
not.
just I'm just
I'm
putting him
not a
on
big.
blast.
Yeah. I'm not a big. Like I'm not the type of person to follow like the tabloids and keep up with the Kardashians or any of these other people because they tend to be idolized and they want to be like people say, oh, she's not a good person for your children to
Yeah,
idolize, or and I say I the person that I idolize were my parents because they taught me morals, they taught me um, how to be respectful, they taught me you don't treat people like garbage. People, we're all brothers and sisters. We're supposed to love one another as Jesus has stated. We're having such a hard time loving one another. It's truly sad what the world has become more and more. Like they say, this is going to be like the days of Noah were before everything hits the fan. And we're seeing that, you know?
yes, Sister Ivy Ramirez. I believe he did have a gun on him, but when I told him that I know his brother, his mother,
Mm.
that I know he loves them, whatever was within him, he changed his demeanor. That he left the area. Uh, they did find a weapon inside the truck. They found evidence of blood and evidence of where they burned the body, like ashes and stuff like that. They
Oh,
found
wow.
evidence of the location where they buried the people. The ones that confessed about what he did was the two other guys, a black guy and the white guy. They were fearing for their life. They said that he forced them to do those things that had to do to the bodies that he forced them. He told them if they didn't do it, he was going to kill them. So they were in fear. So when they killed the strippers, he made them dig the holes and bury them. He told
Wow.
them if they didn't do it, that he was going to kill them. I guess what he was going to try to do to me, they were there to back him up too, but they didn't. That's why they ratted him out, and he's the one that went to prison for a long time.
So he was possessed.
I believe so. The
That's
spiritual
crazy.
opening is what he had done. When
Yeah.
I said the Love Foundation, when I talked about I know you love your brother and your mother. His demeanor changed, and that's when he said, let's get out of here." You know,
Wow. So
he wanted
something was
me
still
to,
in him. There was
yeah,
still some
but he
good.
left them when I brought love into the picture. But I know you love your mother and your brother because he was always talking about how much he loves them. So I used that to get rid of the negative energy or entity that was in him. But
Right.
eventually he got caught.
Well, that's crazy. Like, I've been in a lot of situations, where I've seen something happening, and I intervened because something told me to, I witnessed as well, uh, a guy and a girl, uh, when I was driving down the street, one day, it was during the day, and I witnessed a guy beating on a female as well. And
Oh, sure.
something told me to just intervene. And so I drove in there really, really fast, and it shocked him. And I told him, "What are you doing? Why? Leave her alone." And he told me, he started cussing at me and calling me names and telling me to leave. And I told him no. And I told her, "Come to me, to come to me." And he wouldn't release her. And I said, "I'm calling the police because something told me not to physically get out. I just felt like a feeling of dread, like something would happen to me." So I went down the street and I called 911 because at that time there wasn't any cell phones. And I called the police, and then I went back, and since that area is always full of police, they got there really quick. And I cruised by there and I saw that there was a policeman there already. And I just left it at that, you know, because sometimes the spirit moves you to do something, and we have to listen, you know. And if it's not safe, then you have to go away and report it, you know. Oh, Sharon.
Yeah, yeah. It's like I've been in a lot of situations like that that you just react to the situation, you feel the moment, and
Right,
you just go with the flow of things. That's what you're supposed to do. You follow your spirit when you're in
right.
situations. There was a situation when I was in 21st replacement. I had barely got in from overseas to Fort Hood, and I was waiting to get orders. So 21st replacement, where the soldiers come from basic training and from overseas before they send it to a unit. So we're 21st
Oh,
replacement, and they're like, "Hey, who wants to go get something to eat out there?" I said, "Let's go." We got all in a vehicle, and it was like I think four or five of us, four soldiers, five soldiers, and we go out and they stop at our Lubies. We're already inside the Lubies, and I tell them, "For this, we could have eaten at the mess hall. How come? I don't feel like eating no cafeteria. I've been eating this for a while. How about we go to Taco Bell or churches or something like that?" And they were like, "You know what? You're right." So we get in the vehicle and we drive to Forward down Forward Street. We get to where the Taco Bell is. So we go over there, place an order, and as we're waiting for our order on the TV, it says that they had a massive shooting at Luby's.
oh,
Not
wow.
even not even 4 or 5 minutes. There was a massive shooting in Luby's, and we're all looking at each other. Like
Mm,
everybody's looking at each other, like, "Whoa!" But you see, my spirit was telling me something. Sometimes we have to follow our spirit, but
right.
basically, it was a ex-military guy with postal. He killed a lot of people with the Lubies.
Oh, that's terrible.
It wasn't our fate, you know, that,
Divine intervention.
yes, divine intervention.
Hmm.
I was just following my spirit.
Right. I had gotten asked by my best friend. I feel like sometimes, even though um, I don't belong to a religion, I feel even though I don't, I still have the feeling to talk about the creator and his son. I just feel that inside of me. And it's they my all my friends know that I am a believer, and they accept that. And um I had gotten asked by my best friend if I believed in divine intervention. And I told her a couple of stories, you know, and she was shocked and she was moved by it. And she goes, I I believe that now. Now I know why sometimes things that could have happened to me didn't happen. And I said, yeah, that's divine intervention. Read Psalms 91 and it'll tell you that the creator sends angels to protect us when we do
Yes.
believe in, and it's crazy because she ended up tattooing Psalms 91, just the Psalms and 91 on her arm, because she said that I made a believer out of her after I told her she read that.
Yeah, so we've been going on for 5 hours here in Spiritual
Oh wow.
Cryptid Encounters. Is there a I'm thinking we'll take a little break now. Is there any final words you want to say about the topic we're speaking here tonight to the audience about the Ouija boards, fortune telling, palm reading, tarot cards? Any final words that you would like to
I
say for the viewers?
I just would like to warn everybody not to play with anything like that. Don't go to anyone who says they can read the future or tell you anything about something that you want to know, or get in touch with a loved one who is deceased. Don't play with the Ouija board at all. It's not a toy. It is something very real. And having experienced that, like I said, um, it's really crazy if you happen, to go through something like that when you have played with the Ouija board. Um, like I said, I
Yes,
was
there
very
are
young,
spiritual openings, brothers and sisters. When you
right?
think about those kind of things, another thing that could be a spiritual opening that I should have placed there is the Black Magic book that contains all these demons uh, dealing with Lucifer and everything. That's a no-no right there. You open that, it's
Right.
no difference. Opening up the Ouija board, the fortune telling is no difference. Uh, uh, I can share a story with y'all. I used to go to my aunt's house on the weekends. We used to go visit. So my mother decided to go to the front of the block, and I went through the alley. Right. Um, when I got to went to the backyard, I witnessed something. I'm gonna tell you what I witnessed, brother and sisters. I witnessed my my female cousins. They had a fire. There was a fire by them in a barrel. They were chanting or saying something in a different language, which they looked possessed, where their eyes were back
Oh,
white. My male cousins, they look demonized, and they were talking a different language. They had dug holes and had baby kittens sticking their heads out of the holes, like six of them lined up. One of them was trying to turn on the lawnmower, and the way that where the lawnmower was placed, I already know what was going to happen. They were going to run over the heads of the cats with the lawnmower.
oh,
So I seen that they were demonized and they were acting strange, acting weird. So I seen a barrel that had a fire in it. I went, I grabbed a black magic book because they had a black magic book in their hand. I grabbed
mm,
it and I threw it in the fire. When I threw it in the fire, there was nothing but black smoke.
mm,
My cousins became normal because the demons left. The one that was trying to start up the lawnmower. He stopped, turned it on because a demon left him. And then they became normal, and they were like, they dug out the cats, baby kittens, out of the holes that they put in. They don't remember what happened
Oh,
because they all got demonized.
that's terrible.
And that's three female cousins and about 4 or 5 male cousins that were being demonized just because she opened up the black magic book. She had a black magic book. When I burned it, there was nothing but black smoke that came out of it. But I freed them from. I'm just telling you, when you open up that was written within that book, the demons, they're not gonna stop tormenting you or possessing you or bonding you till you finish reading the book.
Oh,
I'm just letting you know. Be
oh,
careful what you dabble in
right,
because it might cost your life or the life of your loved ones.
right.
I just wanted to share that with y'all, brothers and sisters.
Thank you.
Another thing that I wanted to add there, just be careful what you're dabbling with.
Right. Anything that is not of God, don't touch it. You know.
Uh, it's like my cousin got in trouble because I think that book belonged to my uncle. Remember, I told you I had my grandmother was a dark witch, but I didn't get in trouble. I just helped them. You know, they don't even know what happened to them. They don't remember being demonized. I
Wow.
remember what I seen, and what I seen was out of control and wicked, evil. They was acting like they had no control of their body. It was being controlled by something else.
Right. That's scary
Just
because
gotta know
they don't remember.
they don't
They're not
remember.
present. Yeah, they're not present there. And you could see like the look on their faces,
The look
you
in their
know.
faces, their emotions, and they had knives and all kinds of stuff. Like they was fixing to do like something, just disembodied things. I mean, they had these cats with their heads sticking out of the ground. They were fixing to cut their heads off, and only
Wow.
God knows what else damage they could have done
Oh, that's
if
so terrible.
they
So
would
they
have
were
gone inside
performing,
like a
I would say,
ritual,
sorry, yeah, they were performing ritual with blood.
a blood ritual,
Yeah, that's
probably
scary.
trying to release something from that book.
Oh, that's so
Yeah.
terrible.
I just had to share that with your brothers and sisters.
Yeah, thank you.
Sis, Sister Ivy Ramirez, thank you. Hey, Jesse and Cynthia for this wonderful night. You're very welcome, Sister Ivy.
You're
But in
welcome,
saying
Ivy.
that,
Mhm.
I want to thank Sister Cynthia for joining me here tonight. Uh, the final word I will have to say to you is always maintain a love foundation, no matter the situation. Uh, Maintain it to the best of your abilities.
Yeah,
If you have to pray, to deliverance prayer, or call upon Jesus Christ because you're being overwhelmed by negativity, whether it's anger, fear, you have to maintain your love foundation in order to be able to fight spiritually, brothers and sisters. Because with the love foundation, that's the only way we're going to be able to overcome these unseen forces.
right. Like
But in
I've told
saying
you
that,
before,
yes,
I
go
have
ahead.
I've been through a lot of things and I have a lot of stories, so maybe on another topic I'll share my stories with you again.
Just
I just feel,
hit me up
yeah,
through Messenger and
sure.
whatever topic you want to speak. I can always have you back on. I believe everybody here enjoyed you being here on the show. So I
Oh,
think you're
thank you.
a natural. You
Yes.
did very awesome. So
Thank you.
Yes.
I just
What do y'all
feel like,
think? Everybody that's tuning in
like
here, do you want to see have for us to have Sister Cynthia on the show and talk about something else? You can send me a topic, sister, and we'll figure something out.
mhm. I've experienced a
Okay.
lot with shadow people.
Yes, brother. Shadow people. Oh, that'll be the
Yeah,
next topic we talk about.
yeah. I don't know what's going on with my phone. Oh, drag it to the top.
Let's see. Great show, amazing guest.
Thank you so
I'm putting
much.
the comments.
I just
Sister
feel like
sharing stuff.
if we have
Some of the
something to
comments.
say, we should speak up on it, you know? And being spiritually gifted and the gifted with sight is something that I used to view as I thought like I never shared it with anybody because I was like, I'm not gonna say nothing because people are gonna think I'm crazy, you know. But when I first started listening to Wolf is because I used to follow that Vic Fundiff, and when I heard Wolf
Yes,
on there, I just had a really good spiritual feeling about him. And when he started his own show, I followed him since the very beginning.
yes.
So when they suggested you, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go check it out. And I just felt really strongly that you were a man of God and you have seen things. And I feel very comfortable sharing with you because I feel like you know the truth, you know what's out there. So I feel very comfortable speaking. And thank you again for
That,
having me. And
that's no problem. Yeah, that'll be a good topic to talk about because I do have a lot of pictures of the shadow figures,
uh,
shadow
it's so,
beings. I have
so
so many
creepy.
stories, and I'm going to sure
Yeah,
you have many stories too. So, see what we do tomorrow. Maybe that'll be the
okay.
topic. Shadow beings, shadow spirits, dark entities, dark energies.
That's, yeah, I've seen so many different things, and it makes you think that you're crazy, you know? If
Yeah.
there's not, if that's why I thank you and I thank Wolf very much for having these subjects and speaking about them because there's so many people that have encountered a lot of things in their life, and it makes you feel like you're crazy. But I know that my family is the same way. We are able to see things. My mom used to have dreams and they
My
would
mom
come
was the same
true.
way.
Yeah. My grandma was the same way. So I'm thinking maybe it was on my grandma's side because my grandma was a midwife and she knew a lot of natural ways to heal, your body. And growing
One
up in
is
the
like
old
I have
times,
a yeah great grandmother that would talk to me about the balance. Tomorrow when we talk about I know shadow figures or shadow beings, things of the balance that we can you can share if you want to come back tomorrow, or whenever you're available, because I
yeah,
don't know your
I'm
schedule.
I'm
Just
available
just let me
tomorrow.
know. All right,
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
have you on
that would be
tomorrow.
awesome.
I,
Thank
I
you,
think by
Abe.
popular demand here, we have a lot of people that want you back. Let me see. Uh,
Oh, like I'm not out
I know
for,
I know that you're speaking the truth, because I know I can relate to everything that you said here tonight because I've experienced the same things.
yeah.
So I know that
That's why I'm
you're
comfortable.
spiritually gifted.
That's why
Yes.
I'm comfortable because I feel that you are real. You and your family. Jesse too. Like Jesse's a great
Yes.
guy, and it really hurts me that he's afraid to go forward and trust a woman again because that could be something, you know, really good for
You
him
c-
as well.
yeah. You can't give something negative power. It's like when doctors tell me, you're when they do my physicals or whatever at the VA. Last time they told me that I was going to have a heart attack or a stroke, and I tell the
Right.
doctors, I tell the doctors, it's like keep the negativity to yourself. I don't want to hear that.
Right. I know.
I
They
don't
told
accept
my
it.
right. And that's a really good thing to it's a really good advice for people because if you're not spiritually connected, you don't understand how much words have power. I mean, that's why there are
It's like
spells.
it's like a form of witchcraft.
Right,
When
right,
somebody's telling you something negative, you don't accept it. You keep it
right,
and say, nope, I'm not letting that in my mind or my heart because I have
right.
Jesus Christ with me. It's not up to what man tells you. It's up to what Jesus Christ, up to
Correct.
him. So when somebody told me something negative, like I think I had a guest jump on saying that send me a text that he's going to do this and this to me, I just laugh because I know what's happened to people that come up against me in a spiritual and physical way, and it's not good
Right,
because I place my faith, trust, and belief in Jesus Christ. So I'm
right.
not worried about anybody.
True. I
Yeah,
know
basically you don't give it power.
right.
I give them this is, and the
Oh, I
reason
see.
that I wouldn't that I wouldn't never sometimes get my family involved when I was going through things is because I knew that if something I was going through something that is being placed in front of me for a reason, because it's something that I'm supposed to overcome to grow spiritually. So
Mm,
there's nothing
that's
that the Heavenly Father will place in front of you that you can overcome. It's within you to
thank
overcome any trials or tribulations that we go through.
I needed to hear that. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I needed to hear that tonight.
Thank you, Sister Cynthia.
Mhm.
Uh,
You're
thank you
welcome.
for being on the show. God bless you. For
Thank
all
you.
the people viewing, love, light, and blessings to every single one of y'all. Tune
Yes.
in tomorrow because tomorrow we're gonna have Sister Cynthia come back on, and we're gonna be talking about anything dealing with shadows. In Spanish, we call them bulto negros, or
Mm.
bulto negros, dark shadows. So that's gonna be the topic about tonight.
Okay.
Later on tonight.
I'm down.
Any any final words for the crowd before we go? Like a thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Sister, I would say that
Just
no crazies here.
no crazy. I just see
That's the
that. Don't
first
give it
thing.
power.
That's the first thing the people that don't understand, like doctors,
Right.
they want to look at you crazy or they want to say you got PTSD just because you got
Mm.
faith in Jesus Christ.
Right. Or I said, I'm not schizophrenic because I've already been seen for a psychiatrist because I have ADHD. And they say, no schizophrenia. No, I don't have bipolar. I'm not, I just have, we all have our little ticks.
Can you see the
And,
comments, sister?
it says, thank you, everyone.
You see on the right side
Oh,
of your screen, it's
thank
got a
you.
chat.
Yeah,
Are
something's
you?
going on with my phone. I touched it and since my, earbuds went low on power, so I had to take it out, and now I have to have
Somebody's
my
asking.
phone.
They're asking you a question. What's the name of the deadline story, Cynthia?
Oh, it's called In the Bedroom.
In the bedroom.
Mhm. The people's names were Adam and Grace,
Okay.
and
I'll see if I can find it.
I was going through so much. I was I was crying all the time. I couldn't sleep. I had insomnia. I was just dealing with so much and something that I had never dealt with before, is being there by my friend's side and helping her through this horrible situation that she was in. And I'm glad that the Innocence Project helped cut her time short because they
That's
saw
good.
that, yeah, they read, and even the Dateline producer said, there's just, this is so crazy how they didn't listen to her. They just listened to the supposed lover. I'm like, who does that? What policeman listens to a freaking lover instead of seek the truth? They found a fingernail in the bedroom, and they never said anything. They didn't put it up as evidence. It's
Oh
just
wow.
like somehow she had control over that policeman, and I feel like there was something going on because even his best friend, when I went to court, his best friend was sitting right next to that lady. And I was really shook because I said, "There's something deeper in here. Those
Yeah.
policemen have to have a connection with her. She has to be a prostitute or something for a police and a
Yeah.
detective for the main detective to believe her." I mean,
Something was going on.
yeah, and I stand with that thought to this very day. We don't really talk about it because she doesn't wanna hear that anymore. That's a horrible part of her life. So, we'll say something a little, like, we'll mention something once in a while, but she really chooses not to go back and relive that, you know, which I don't blame her at all. But there's just so many questions.
Oh, what's her name so we can keep her in prayer? No, I know it's happened a while,
Her
but
her name is Grace.
Grace.
Yes.
Heavenly Father, at this time, I'd like to pray for Sister Grace, for her to find the inner peace within her, to maintain her love foundation, for any people that were involved in this crime, or any negative energies that are around her trying to affect her. We tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name, and as we place heavenly spiritual crosses on Sister Grace from head to toe. We place heavenly spiritual crosses on her doorways and the windows. We take authority over anything that's affecting her at this time. We tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much for that. It just so happened that when she was locked up, my mom would write to her. I would write to her. My mom would send her money for commissary, and I would go down there and put her own money on her books so that she could eat because over here we had that terrible Sheriff Arpaio who thought that it was great to feed everybody vegetarian junk to the people, and it's sad that he got pardoned from his own crimes, and I have a very bad feeling about that because, he even tried coming back and being a sheriff again, and people saw through him, which was good, you know, but just
In other
everybody
words,
stayed. I
she's not
just hope.
saying that she was a prostitute. It was a prostitute that they were believing, which was the one that
Well,
was right.
I'm not. I don't believe it. They're saying they didn't believe her
Somebody
because.
said, "Are you saying they
Oh no,
didn't believe her,
they believed the other woman who I feel was
a
kind of like
prostitute?"
that because she was on a swingers site,
Yes,
you know, and come on, what good God fearing woman would do that as if she's married?
yes,
You committed a mortal sin there because you're supposed to be tied and equally yoked with your husband and wife. And I just know that they ran amok being evil, and she was so adamant about being a witness in court, but when the time came, she turned tail and ran to another state. Nobody knew where she was. They put out because she fled. Now, if you're not guilty, you're not going to flee. You know,
that's true.
I would have. I was wishing that she would go because I wanted to hear what she had to say. Because even the 911 dispatchers, it's on there. They laughed at her. They're like, "Oh, you're calling because he went and to visit his wife and he didn't come back to you." They were mocking her because that.
Yeah,
That's a crazy story. You
wicked
know,
people.
yeah.
Most police departments, uh, they're wicked,
Oh
especially
yeah.
in my
They're
hometown.
yeah. Same here. They're all involved together.
Yeah.
You know But in saying that, I think
Somebody
everybody.
says here. Someone said we should have her on the show. That's what somebody's saying here. Lester
Who?
Machinery.
Who? My
No,
friend?
that's what he's saying, but she's private.
Yeah,
She just
yeah.
trying to.
She's not trying to relive that. You know, she doesn't want to speak on that anymore, and I don't blame her.
Yeah.
But just watch the show if you can. I know I don't remember what year it was, but it was, God, I would have to say somewhere around 2004 or 5, I believe. I'm not too sure, maybe a little bit after that, but it'll say the year, but I know it's kind of hard to find.
See,
Um,
you still got the picture of the thing that you're going to show me.
oh yeah, I'll
The
post it to your Facebook or I'll
Okay,
send it to you in Messenger.
yes,
I'll take a picture of it so you could show it and maybe put it on the show.
okay.
Maybe somebody's
Or do a
seen
short.
something like it.
I can do
Yeah.
a short reel.
Yeah, it's
Alrighty, well,
crazy.
yes. Thank you very much, and
Thank
see you
you.
tomorrow. Tomorrow
Okay.
night, we're on the same time frame, 11 o'clock. I know when a little bit later, but around 11,
Yeah. I don't know, that would be 9 o'clock my time.
9 o'clock your time,
Yeah,
or I can go wait till 11:30, so it could be 9:30.
that's fine. Yeah, whatever you want, I'm down for it because I feel
Or
like,
whenever you pop up, you can always come in.
okay, that's great. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
everyone, and
Good night,
thank you, Abe.
everybody. For
Good
spiritually
night.
cryptic. You're welcome. Good night, sister.